Chapter 164. Mi Yong. Ling Xiao stood in the tower and suddenly called out. Boom! The sky demon Qi surged as Mi Yong suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. No. Do you have to make such a big commotion every time you appear? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. On the other hand, a sweet smile appeared on Folded Shadow's face. Greetings, my lord. I obtained a treasure, and I'll give it to you. Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hand, and a black light instantly filled the sky. A terrifying aura descended like a collapsing mountain, descending towards Mi Yong. Mi Yong narrowed his eyes as he knew that this was a test from Ling Xiao. Demonic light surged around his body as he grabbed the black light. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of collision rang out. In Mi Yong's hand, there was a pitch-black metal rod that emitted a faint aura of desolation. It was the primordial divine artifact that the divine Marquis Elder of the Cloudy Immortal Sect had given to Ling Xiao. Good rod! Mi Yong's eyes narrowed as he waved his hands. The black rod turned into a wind vortex that moved up and down. Yesterday, when Folded Shadow obtained the demonic dagger and showed it off to him, Mi Yong was somewhat jealous. But now, the divine rod that his lord had given him was obviously of a higher grade. How could he not be happy? Thank you, my lord. Mi Yong knelt on one knee as his eyes were filled with respect. Unlike the other great demons that he had seen before, Ling Xiao was extremely cruel to his enemies, but he took care of his subordinates. Who wouldn't want to follow such a lord? SSS, I feel like something is missing. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the demonic ape and shook his head. Yes, it's missing a hoop. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he took out the wind-fire golden hoop that Qin Lung had given him and gestured at Mi Yong's head. Divine artifact. Mi Yong's eyes narrowed, and even Folded Shadow could not help but cover her red lips. Is Lord planning to give Mi Yong another divine artifact? Although they were from the ancient era, they had been sealed for 1,000 years. In ancient times, although the cultivation of living beings was terrifying, there were very few divine artifacts. However, as the era progressed and more experts fell, the number of divine artifacts left behind in the world naturally increased as well. Now, those geniuses and monsters did not dare to go out unless they had a few divine artifacts on them. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Mi Yong, do you know why I'm rewarding you today? The spiritual light in Ling Xiao's hand flickered, and the golden bangle in his hand also emitted a divine radiance. Then it gradually expanded until it was the same size as Mi Yong's head. My lord, this subordinate is terrified. Mi Yong shook his head. His contribution to this treasure hunt in the setting sun mountain wasn't that great. On the other hand, it was Folded Shadow who successfully helped Ling Xiao turn the Qin clan and the Cloudy Millet Immortal Sect against him. Although his lord had bestowed him with the overlapping shadows Tao, Law Spirit Fruit, and a divine artifact, what did he do to deserve 2 divine artifacts? Because I'm happy. Ling Xiao grinned and fastened the golden bangle on Mi Yong's head. There's an inner taste. Uft. Seeing the confusion on Mi Yong's face, a smile appeared on Folded Shadow's face. However, he secretly swore to himself that he would work harder for his lord in the future. Today, Mi Yong was bestowed with a treasure because of his loyalty to his lord. His attitude was more positive than Folded Shadow's. Thank you, my lord. Mi Yong knelt down and bowed. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He already had eldest senior brother, but second senior brother was still young. Where was third senior brother? By the time he gathered all 4 members of the journey to the west, it would probably be time for him to go to the Saint Sect to obtain the scriptures. Interesting. Who said that the life of a villain was boring? That's because you haven't discovered the beauty of this world. Oh, if it's not beautiful, we'll create it ourselves. Cultivate well. Ling Xiao disappeared into thin air and through the 8 desolation glazed pagoda into his soul palace. Damn you, Ling Xiao. On the ninth floor, an angry roar came, scaring all the demons sealed in the ancient pagoda. They felt a chill on their backs. City Lord's Mansion's rear hall. Ling Xiao stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the raindrops falling outside. Unknowingly, the weather had turned cold. MMM. A soft moan suddenly came from behind. Ling Xiao turned around and saw Nian Qingyan, who was slowly waking up. A playful look appeared on his face. Nian Qingyan frowned slightly. However, when she saw the young man standing in the distance, her eyes suddenly widened. Ling Xiao, you shameless scum! Bastard, I'm going to kill you! Nian Qingyan shouted coldly. Her pretty face seemed to be flushed with anger. Boom! A terrifying spiritual pressure spread out, causing the entire city, Lord's Mansion, to be silent. However, in the next moment, Nian Qingyan's expression suddenly froze. She looked down at her hands in horror. The surprise in her eyes was no less than when Ling Xiao drugged her. My realm actually broke through? Nian Qingyan muttered to herself blankly. Her beautiful face was full of confusion. How could it be? How could one's realm break through on their own? She had worked hard for 17 years to reach the state of Powong. However, after being slept with by Ling Xiao for 2 nights, her realm actually entered the middle stage of the Powong realm? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was simply nonsense. If that was really the case, then why did she still cultivate? Couldn't she just sleep with Ling Xiao every day? Thinking of this, Nian Qingyan suddenly froze. What am I thinking? Why would I want to sleep with him? However, that feeling was really strange. Ling Xiao, what's going on? Nian Qingyan looked up blankly and glared at Ling Xiao. However, the latter just shook his head slightly and said bitterly, Wife, you also feel it. I am also very puzzled. I didn't expect that we could cultivate like this. Could it be that we are really a match made in heaven? You. Bullshit. How could I be a match made in heaven with a scoundrel like you? Ling Xiao, I must kill you today. Nian Qingyan shouted coldly. Just as she was about to pounce on Ling Xiao, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, a trace of crimson appeared on her beautiful face. Her clothes had been rudely torn by Ling Xiao yesterday. She didn't bring any other clothes with her at all. Haha, wife, what's wrong with you? Do you feel sorry for me? You can't bear to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled evilly. However, a ray of dark light suddenly bloomed in his hand. A moon-white robe suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he threw it at Nian Qingyan. This moonlight divine robe is a divine artifact. Take it as a gift from me to my wife. Alas! Another 10,000 villain points. Although Ling Xiao had plundered a lot of villain points from the Sunset God Mountain these days, he couldn't afford to squander them like this. However, since he wanted to catch a big fish, how could he not cast a long line? He wanted Nian Qingyan to be able to see his shadow all the time. Chapter 165. I won't take anything from you. Nian Qingyan already had a shadow of Ling Xiao in her heart. This bastard is really full of evil tricks. He's always scheming against others. Master's other words might be a little wrong, but that sentence about all the men in the world being beasts lusting after his body is not wrong at all. Oh, if you don't want it, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Stop right there. Nian Qingyan's pretty face trembled. She looked around the hall and found that there was nothing to cover her except for the red quilt covering her body. But if she went out with the red quilt, wouldn't it be telling everyone that she and Ling Xiao slept together? Wife, you don't want me to leave again. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that it's still early? Ling Xiao smiled evilly, scaring Nian Qingyan so much that her pretty face suddenly turned pale. This damned bastard. If she was tormented by this bastard again, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Don't come over. Nian Qingyin cried out in shock. Unknowingly, she was already looking at Ling Xiao with some panic in her eyes. Okay. I like to listen to you the most. I'll do whatever you say. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. With a gentle look, he threw the moon robe to Nian Qingyin. You, turn around. Nian Qingyin clenched her silver teeth. You'll listen to me. Then, if I ask you to die, will you go? No. I want to kill him with my own hands. Otherwise, my Dao heart will be dissatisfied. Okay. Ling Xiao surprisingly didn't refute. Instead, he turned around obediently. Nian Qingyin was a little surprised. When did this bastard become so obedient? But at this time, she didn't think too much about it. She lifted the red quilt and revealed that picturesque, fairy-like body. This moonlight divine robe was a product of the system. It was a high-grade item. It wasn't because Ling Xiao couldn't give Nian Qingyin a better one. It was because this moonlight robe was a perfect match for his Imperial Star robe. Nian Qingyin first observed the white robe in front of her. After confirming that there were no talismans on it, she put it on herself. However, there was a row of jade buttons on the back of the white robe. Nian Qingyin didn't want to ask Ling Xiao for help, so she could only fumble around and fasten them herself. But the last one was a little tricky. But at this moment, she clearly heard Ling Xiao suddenly say, a little to the left. Yes, a little more to the left. At this moment, Nian Qingyin's back was facing Ling Xiao, so she instinctively thought that the latter had taken advantage of her unpreparedness to turn around and peek. Fortunately, he had already put on his clothes, but just as Nian Qingyin looked back with a cold expression, she saw that Ling Xiao still had his back to her. He was staring at a bronze mirror on the table, revealing a wretched smile. Ling Xiao. The entire city lord mansion was instantly filled with a shout. Soon after, a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out and enveloped the entire ancient city. Many cultivators who didn't know what was going on walked to the streets, looking up in the direction of the city lord mansion with a look of confusion on their faces. Who dared to call the young master by his name? Who dared to make a move in the city lord mansion? No, this voice seems a little familiar. It seems to be Goddess Qingyin. Many people recalled the way Ling Xiao ran around with the goddess in his arms, and a hint of understanding appeared in their eyes. It was normal for a young couple to flirt. Wife, listen to me. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly, but Nian Qingyun's ancient sword slashed horizontally, instantly arriving in front of him. Wife, are you trying to provoke a war between the Ling people and the ethereal Dao Palace by killing me now? Ling Xiao didn't panic at all. Lightning surged on his palms, and he stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the tip of the sword. Hum! The ear-piercing sound of the sword instantly rang out. Even with the strength of Ling Xiao's physical body, he felt a trace of pain between his fingers at that moment. The goddess of the Dao Palace lived up to her name. Although she didn't use all her strength in that attack, it wasn't something that Lin Shi and Zhuge Liang could compare to. If Ling Xiao hadn't used the Thunder Dao Law at that moment, the sword would have pierced through his fingers and pierced his heart. You're serious? Ling Xiao's expression turned serious, and the lightning around him suddenly surged into the sky, pulling the ancient sword in front of him. Nian Qingyin was caught off guard, especially when she saw the trace of blood dripping from the tip of the sword. A look of panic flashed in her eyes. Before she could react, Ling Xiao's palm was already in front of her eyes. A fight between experts was like a flash of lightning. Nian Qingyun's distraction just now meant that she was destined to be completely passive. But seeing the anger in Ling Xiao's eyes, she felt a little wronged. In the end, she closed her eyes, looking like she was ready to kill him. Ling Xiao was stunned, but in the end he was almost amused by this heartless and somewhat simple-minded goddess of the Dao Palace. Ling Xiao, if you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't make a move, Nian Qingyun dodged and her pretty face regained its cold look. A woman's heart was really like a needle in a haystack. No, it was a needle in a haystack. Wife, you killed me in the territory of the Ling people. Do you think the Ling people will let you and the ethereal Dao Palace go? Ling Xiao sneered, not at all worried by Nian Qingyun's threat. Although with Nian Qingyun's luck points, he might not be able to kill this goddess of the Dao Palace. But if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Humph, don't threaten me with the Ling people. Ling Xiao, don't forget that you said that if I could defeat you, you would take the initiative to break off the engagement. You humiliated me time and time again. Even if I kill you, do you think the Ling people will make things difficult for me? Nian Qingyun's voice was clear and filled with killing intent. Although Ling Xiao didn't know how much of an act she was putting on, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that love was born with time. It was a long way to go to make this goddess of the Dao Palace completely submit to him. Haha, I did promise you, but who knows? If you kill me, you will still carry the title of Ling Xiao's fiancé. At that time, you will never be able to get rid of it for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly, but Nian Qingyun couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She didn't want to break off the engagement like other people who liked more outstanding geniuses. Instead, she really didn't want her name to be associated with this scoundrel. But just like what Ling Xiao said, if he died in her hands for no reason, wouldn't she be despised by others as a vicious woman who killed her husband? As for Ling Xiao humiliating her, she couldn't possibly explain it to everyone on the street, could she? For a moment, Nian Qingyun hesitated. But I do have a way to solve the problem between the two of us. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly grinned with a sinister look in his eyes. Chapter 166. What method? Nian Qingyun frowned. She instinctively felt that Ling Xiao was up to no good again. However, for some reason, she was looking forward to it. I'd like to see what kind of evil tricks this damn bastard can play. There's less than half a month until the Myriad Sect martial meeting. I think you'll go too, right? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His white robe was shining with starlight. When he stood next to Nian Qingyun, they were a perfect match. Of course, the Myriad Sect martial meeting is just an opportunity. Who in the eastern border doesn't covet the secret realm on Dao Comprehension Mountain? Nian Qingyun frowned. What did participating in the Myriad Sect martial meeting have to do with the grudge between her and Ling Xiao? That's it. I'll go too. Why don't we make a bet? Ling Xiao grinned and his eyes flickered. What bet? Nian Qingyun looked at him warily. Even if she was just talking to Ling Xiao, she had to be on her guard. She didn't want to be tricked by this bastard and have her clothes ripped off. No, she would be beaten black and blue. It didn't seem appropriate. In short, she couldn't believe his expression. When the time comes, you and I will have a battle at the peak of Enlightenment Mountain and completely end this grudge. If you win, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely not frown if you want to kill me. But if you lose, Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared on his face. You have to confess to me in front of all the sects. Of course, before we fight, I will tell the world about our agreement. Confess. Dream on. What? Wife, are you afraid that you will lose? Nonsense. How can I lose to a scoundrel like you? Nian Qingyun gritted her teeth and nodded gently. As you said, Ling Xiao, I'll wait for you on Dao Comprehension Mountain in half a month. After saying that, Nian Qingyun didn't hesitate at all. Her figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao was very strong. He had the Dao Law and his talent was close to a demon. But was Nian Qingyun weak? Bringing chaos to all races, peerless and unparalleled. Even though Nian Qingyun didn't dare call herself invincible in the Eastern Territory, there were absolutely no more than a handful of youths that were on par with her, especially now that she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. As long as she stabilized her cultivation in the next few days, Then, humph! Ling Xiao, just you wait. This time, I will trample you under my feet in front of the entire eastern border and end this ill-fated relationship between us. Nian Qingyun stood at the peak of the mountain. Beside her, the 9 heavens golden phoenix looked at her with a complicated expression. Although it wasn't by Nian Qingyun's side these days, it could still feel something. The aura of the goddess of the Holy Ji Palace seemed to be somewhat different from before. Although it was still frighteningly cold, under that coldness, there was a rare trace of melancholy. Looking at the empty hall in front of him, Ling Xiao's expression gradually turned cold. Although he did not see through Nian Qingyun's background, it was not difficult for him to defeat her with his current means. Moreover, there were many villain points available in the system. He needed to prepare well in the next 2 weeks. But before that, he still had a few things to do. Buzz. The space suddenly rippled, and a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. The figure in front of him had already bowed to him. "Sir!" "Uncle Ghost, why are you here?" Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. Given this person's status, it must be something important for him to come out of the Ling people and come here in person. "Emperor Ling sent me to find out about the young man who provoked you that day. I found out some information." "Lin Shi." Ling Xiao's face froze. Then a bitter smile flashed across his eyes. His father was really good at strategizing. If Ling Xiao had not stopped him that day, Emperor Ling would have sent people to kill Lin Shi. Although it was one thing to kill Lin Shi given the latter's providence, but given Ling Xiao's understanding of Emperor Ling, he would definitely do so. After all, his father had always been meticulous and ruthless. He never took risks. "That's right, sir. Lin, she came from a small city at the border of the eastern border. The Lin family used to have 30 members, but unexpectedly, they were all killed 7 years ago. Lin, she fell off a cliff while running away, and his whereabouts were unknown. A year later, he began to appear in various secret lands and ancient battlefields. That was how he met Goddess Nian. His father died in battle that day, but..." A look of hesitation flashed across Phantom's face. "What's wrong, Uncle Ghost?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He had already guessed what Lin she had gone through. It was the proper setting of Emperor Yen. Even if there were some discrepancies, there was almost no change in the main plot. What he was worried about now was his sister, or rather, his sister's identity. In the past, the girl called Ling would definitely have her own opportunity, but he did not know whether this opportunity was in the person or the force. His sister, Bai Ling, is missing. She hasn't appeared yet. She hasn't appeared yet? Ling Xiao sighed. He instinctively felt a little uneasy. Given Uncle Ghost's means to be able to hide her whereabouts from him, it was obvious that Bai Ling was either dead or the force behind her was very powerful. Death was impossible. After all, she was the sister of the Chosen One. She was probably very lucky. But in the entire Xingzhou, how many people could hide from the eyes and ears of an emperor god? "That's right, sir. I guess that Bai Ling is either dead or hidden by someone." Phantom nodded. Although he did not know why Sir had stopped Emperor Ling from killing Lin Shi, he guessed that Sir had his own reasons. But why did the young master not seem to be interested in Lin Shi, but seem to be interested in his sister? "Uncle Ghost, who do you think can hide someone from you?" Ling Xiao smiled inexplicably. Although Lin Shi had escaped before his death, he was most likely crippled. Even the grandpa in his ring was beginning to suspect that Lin Shi had almost reached the end of his road. On the other hand, would his younger sister become the next girl to be plundered by him? The Saint sect has the ability, but the forces in the eastern border should not. "Uncle Ghost, do you mean that the little girl is not in the eastern border?" Ling Xiao pondered and looked up at the black figure in front of him. "Uncle Ghost, have you found out who killed the Lin family? Or which force did the Lin family offend?" "I've asked around. Almost all the people who saw the Lin family being destroyed that day died. Only one person at the peak of the Xianqing stage luckily escaped. According to him, the person who destroyed the Lin family was a white-robed swordsman who had the Taoist principles and was in the Pong realm. But he looked unfamiliar and was not from the eastern border. As for who the Lin family offended, I didn't find out. A white-robed swordsman? Taoist principles? Pong state? What puzzled Phantom was that, at this moment, Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became lifeless. After a long while, he smiled bitterly. It can't be so coincidental, right? Chapter 167. Back when Ling Xiao was in the northern wilderness, he had encountered a white-clothed swordsman chasing after Bai Jishi. That person's cultivation level was at the Pong level, and the way of the sword in Ling Zhao's body was taken from him. For some reason, the silhouette of that person appeared in Ling Zhao's mind when he heard Gui Ying's words. Could there be such a coincidence? TSK. Who should I ask? Whether it was a coincidence or not, it was up to those lousy authors. But what puzzled Ling Xiao was that if it was really the white-robed swordsman who had annihilated the Lin family that day, could it be said that it was the Temple of Blood Soul that had annihilated the Lin family? How did a small city on the eastern border and a small clan in decline attract the attention of such a faction? It should be said that in the Shenzhou continent, the Blood Soul Temple was far more intimidating than the Ling people and the myriad Dao demon sect. However, such a colossus had actually sent a law of Dao expert to exterminate a small, rundown clan? Could it be that the Lin family was still hiding some supreme treasure? But as soon as this thought appeared, Ling Xiao instantly extinguished it. If the Lin family really had some supreme treasure, it must be on Lin Shi. But Ling Xiao had seen all of Lin Shi's trump cards, most of which were given to him by the old grandpa in the ring. And the old grandpa should have been picked up after he fell off the cliff. Strange. Sir, what's wrong? Gui Ying looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, especially the gloomy expression on his face, which made him feel inexplicably worried. If it's not convenient for you to do it, I'll go kill Lin Shi now. No need, Uncle Gui. Go back and tell my father not to interfere in my affairs. Also, the Qin clan and the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect are bound to fight soon. I'll go back and discuss with the enemy of 10,000 people to see if we can come up with a plan. Bring this letter to my father. Ling Xiao shook his head and casually handed Gui Ying a piece of golden paper. How could he kill a little cutie like Lin Shi just like that? If he were to die in the hands of others, then the reward for killing him would be gone. Qin clan and Cloudy Do Immortal sect? Gui Ying's face froze. Immediately after, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly flashed with shock. Young Master is saying the Ling people had already heard about what had happened on the summit of Sunset Peak yesterday. Even though there was something fishy going on, both Ma Liang and Qin Lung were related to the reputation of the two supreme Taoism factions. This matter wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small one either. But no matter what, these two forces would definitely not be as close as before in the future. Go! I'm going back to the myriad Dao demon sect. Uncle Ghost, it's fine. You don't have to follow me. Ling Zhao's last sentence was clearly an order, not a negotiation. Hearing this, Ghost Shadow nodded and his figure instantly disappeared. It's getting more and more interesting. Lin Shi, don't disappoint me. Although Ling Xiao had yet to guess the identity of Ling Zhao's sister, there was no point in thinking too much about it. As long as she appeared in front of him, he would definitely be able to recognize her. Young Master, I've prepared some food and wine in the main hall. If you wake up, come and eat with your wife. Suddenly, Ling Ping's voice came from outside the hall. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and pushed the door open. As expected, he saw Ling Ping standing outside the door with a humble expression. Greetings, young master. Behind him stood his seventh concubine. It seems that City Lord Ling has a good life in Qingshao City. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Ling Ping directly knelt on the ground with a terrified expression. Young, Young master, I'm afraid. Although his surname was Ling, it was given by the Ling people. In the eyes of a young master like Ling Shao, he was still just a servant. Did you send Qin Lung back? Young master, I personally sent him back to the Qin clan. Oh, did the Qin clan have any doubts? Ling Shao nodded. Ling Ping was quite reliable. At least, the arrangement of Qingshao City was in line with his wishes. No, after all, Qin Lung is a young master of the Qin clan. Although his talent is not the best, he still has some status in the Qin clan. Ling Ping meant that Qin Lung must have said a lot of good things about Ling Shao in the Qin clan. Ling Shao felt that he could make use of such an upright young man in the future. No, he should help him more. For example, if all the young masters of the Qin clan died and all the talents of the collateral branches died, wouldn't the position of the successor of the Qin clan fall into Qin Lung's hands? After all, the young master of the Qin clan's eyes when he left couldn't lie. He really loved me. Heartless young Master Lung, you are going to be rich. You did a good job. Ling Shao threw a few blue elixirs casually and walked towards air. There, his golden dragon carriage had been waiting for a long time. City Lord Ling, take care of yourself. In the land of the Qin clan, different from the land of the Ling people, this place was not deep in the mountains, but a bustling ancient city. In the middle of the ancient city, there was a magnificent golden palace that stretched for thousands of miles. That's right. The land of the Qin clan was made of real gold and spiritual jade, which showed the supreme nobility. The Qin clan had been passed down for thousands of years and had produced many powerful figures. This was a priceless material in the eyes of mortals. But to the people of the Qin clan, it was just a material used to build palaces. It was not worth mentioning. But today, the sky above the holy palace of the Qin clan was covered by a dark cloud. Several old men in white stood in the air. The aura surging around them was comparable to the power of heaven. Below them, the Qin clan's God King experts were on guard. However, there was also anger on their faces. Feng Baiyang, you broke into the holy palace of the Qin clan rashly. Do you want to start a war? A divine king of the Qin clan glared at the leading old man in the air and shouted angrily. The old man in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Although there was only a wisp of aura around him, it was enough to make heaven and earth pale in comparison. Feng Baiyang, the Grand Elder of the Cloud Du Immortal Sect, one of the two great divine emperors of the Cloud Du Immortal Sect. It was rumored that this Grand Elder had reached the divine emperor realm 100 years ago. His cultivation was unfathomable. Call the Qin emperor out. However, Feng Baiyang did not care about the clamor of the divine kings of the Qin clan. He stepped out and was about to barge into the Qin clan. It should be known that for any supreme orthodoxy, barging into the ancestral land was a great provocation. Unfortunately, Feng Baiyang was a genuine emperor god expert. With just a few divine kings, none of them dared to stop him. Haha, Grand Elder Feng, what brings you here? At this moment, a sneer suddenly came from the depths of the holy palace. Then, a wisp of golden light bloomed in the sky. It was like the sun, exuding supreme majesty. The ancient technique of the Qin clan, the divine sun body, was the top creation superpower in the Shenzhou. As the sunlight shone, a figure in a golden robe suddenly stepped out from the void and appeared in front of Feng Baiyang and the others. Seeing this, even with Grand Elder Yun Shu's cultivation, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Haha, no wonder the Qin clan is so arrogant. The Qin emperor's cultivation has improved again. Chapter 168. The Qin clan is arrogant? What do you mean by that, Grand Elder? The golden light dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. The middle-aged man's eyes shone with divine light. When he opened and closed them, it was as if the sun was rotating. Beside him, Qin Lung's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The guilty party was complaining about the victim. These immortal sect experts were really shameless. The Qin clan had yet to find trouble with them, but they came to find trouble with them first. However, why was Ma Liang nowhere to be seen? Hee, since the Qin emperor has brought young Master Lung here, you must have guessed our intentions, right? Feng Baiyang snorted and looked at Qin Lung calmly. Qin Lung's heart trembled, and he almost vomited blood. Grand Elder, are you here to apologize to my son? The Qin emperor smiled, and his tone was filled with supreme power. A few immortal sect elders dared to cause trouble in the Qin clan's territory? If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of Yin Shu, the Qin emperor wouldn't have bothered to talk to them. He would have just activated the array and kept them here. Of course, although the array was powerful, it wasn't easy to activate it. With the Qin emperor's strength, he would need to recuperate for dozens of years to activate it. Now that the world was in chaos, if he fell, the Qin clan would be in trouble. Qin emperor, stop messing around. Qin Lung killed Yin Shu's disciple. If you don't give me an explanation. Humph. Feng Baiyang suddenly clenched his fist, and the space behind him crumbled layer by layer, transforming into rivers and mountains. It was like a fairyland. Explanation? Grand Elder, did you make a mistake? Lung told me that he killed your esteemed sect's true disciple because your disciple massacred my Qin clan's disciples and seized their good fortune. Grand Elder, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The Qin emperor sneered, and his face was filled with battle intent. Although this matter was strange, he had checked Qin Lung's divine sense, and there were no signs of him being controlled. In other words, with Qin Lung's personality, he wouldn't do such a thing to destroy the relationship between the Qin clan and Yin Shu. Then the problem must be with Yin Shu's disciple. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Feng Baiyang's body trembled, and his old face was filled with anger. An immortal sect's true disciple was not only related to the inheritance of a bloodline, but also the face of the immortal sect. If Su Yuwei and Qin Lung really fought over the fortune and were defeated in the end, then Su Yuwei could only blame himself for not being skilled enough. But that Qin Lung was vicious and merciless, and his methods were so cruel that it angered both men and gods. The Cloudy Dew Immortal sect saw the Qin clan as a friend, but they didn't expect him to do such a disgraceful thing. Most importantly, Yin Shu's reputation could not be tarnished by anyone. Great Elder, have you never thought that there's something wrong with Yin Shu's successor? Maybe he was being used by someone? The Qin emperor was indeed the owner of a supreme inheritance. His thoughts were meticulous, and ordinary people could not compare to him. Hearing this, the smile on Feng Baiyang's face became even more sarcastic. Used by others? This emperor personally searched Ma Liang's soul and saw with my own eyes that evil creature Qin Lung cruelly killed my immortal sect's disciples when they were unprepared and stole the spirit fruit. Qin emperor, you still want to quibble? Soul search? The Qin emperor narrowed his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. How could this be? If Ma Liang's soul was really searched, he would have been dead or retarded by now. Unexpectedly, the Cloudy Dew Immortal sect was so forceful this time. They didn't hesitate to sacrifice another successor just to find out the truth. It seemed like, Father, in order to prove the innocence of my clan, I am willing to let you search my soul in front of me. Qin Lung gritted his teeth and suddenly turned to look at the Qin emperor in front of him. Huh. The Qin emperor was slightly taken aback. Then he shook his head and chuckled. Feng Baiyang, your Cloudy Dew Immortal sect didn't even let go of your own disciples. What kind of reputation do you have? I don't believe a single word you said. Lunger, don't worry. The Qin clan is not afraid of anyone. The Qin emperor raised his head and looked at the few figures in the sky calmly. He had already made up his mind. Good, good, good. It seems like the Qin emperor has made up his mind. If so, please accept this battle invitation. The 3,000 elders and disciples of the Cloudy Do Immortal sect are waiting for the Qin clan to have a life-and-death battle. Feng Baiyang gritted his teeth and threw the battle invitation in his hand away. Then, he led the elders and left. A life-and-death battle. The Qin emperor's face turned gloomy. However, since things had already come to this, the Qin clan couldn't retreat from this battle. However, why did he feel that there was a hint of a conspiracy behind this? Could it be that the Cloudy Do Immortal sect had other backing? Father, did I cause trouble for the Qin clan? Qinling's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. He didn't expect the Cloudy Do Immortal sect to be so decisive. However, this matter was instigated by Su Yuwei alone. Why did the Cloudy Do Immortal sect insist that he killed their disciples? Lung, tell me the truth. Did that successor of the Cloudy Do Immortal sect really make the first move? The Qin emperor looked at Qin Lung. There was no emotion in his golden eyes. With his majestic appearance, if this matter was really caused by Qin Lung, he definitely wouldn't risk his life to fight the Cloudy Do Immortal sect for a son. However, the problem was that Qin Lung wasn't in the wrong, but the Cloudy Do Immortal sect was so overbearing. If he handed Qin Lung over, where would the Qin clan's face be? At the end of the day, in the eyes of these Emperor Realm experts, although descendants were the foundation for the continuation of the clan, benefits were the basis for weighing the pros and cons. Father, I'm not deliberately putting on a brave front in front of Feng Baiyang. I'm willing to use my life to prove the Qin clan's innocence. Qin Lung took a deep breath. There was a hint of determination in his eyes. Lord Ling Xiao, I can't wait to see you again in the next life. Can you feel it? Haha, Lung, what are you saying? If the Qin clan can't even protect our young master, how can we live up to the name of Supreme Tao? Don't worry, the Cloudy Do Immortal sect is just putting on an act. After all, if the two Supreme Tao orthodoxies really start a war, the entire eastern border will be plunged into chaos. The Qin emperor's voice was filled with vicissitudes. His eyes were bright as he looked into the distance. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that there was an invisible hand above his head that was fiddling with the fate of the world. However, since the Cloudy Do Immortal sect has issued a challenge, we can't back down. Let's go back and discuss this with your great-grandfather. The Qin emperor's figure disappeared, leaving Qin Lung standing on the spot alone. He looked a little lost. No matter if it was yesterday or today, he still had some doubts in his heart. Everything that happened in the ancient palace seemed like a dream. It felt a little unreal. However, the people were indeed dead. Everything that happened matched up. But why didn't he see any corpses from the beginning until the end? Conspiracy. This was definitely a conspiracy. The Cloudy Do Immortal sect was too vicious. They actually set up such a trap just to frame the Qin clan. In comparison, Lord Ling Xiao was still the most righteous and loyal. Young master, I look forward to our next meeting. Chapter 169. Achoo! Ling Xiao sat on the 9-dragon golden centipede and sneezed unconsciously, but he was already used to it. After all, there were countless people in the Shenzhou who wanted to kill him. If each of them scolded Ling Xiao every day, the latter would probably sneeze until he died. Beside him, Nine Nether had a faint look of awe on her face. She had seen everything that the young master had done in the past few days. A 17-year-old youth with such schemes and means, even Nine Nether felt terrified. Tragic. As the young master's enemy, it was really tragic. Originally, Nine Nether only thought that following Ling Xiao would give her a glimmer of hope for revenge. After all, the sacred sect's power could no longer be described as terrifying. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could cover the sky with one hand. But now, she really felt that perhaps one day the young master in front of her could really stand at the peak of the Xingzhou. In this chaotic world, talent and opportunities were not enough to reach the end. One's temperament was especially important. tenacity, and a flawless Tao heart were the basic cultivation of every child of destiny. But Ling Xiao was different from them in that he always seemed to be able to guess the enemy's next move and make preparations in advance. 9 Nether. Do you have any trusted subordinates in the demon race? Ling Xiao shook the glass cup and gently sipped the wine inside. Hearing this, 9 Nether furrowed her brows and nodded after a long while. When my Dark Phoenix clan was strong and prosperous, we were ranked first among the 3 emperors of the demon race. At that time, many demon race clung to us. But hundreds of years have passed. 9 Nether seemed a little hesitant. That's right, the human heart was the most fickle thing. Only when one was strong would one's so-called loyalty remain unchanged. The fall of the past was the fickleness of the world. Even the kindness of the past would become the reason to hit someone when they were down. Who asked you to give me opportunities? Who asked you to help me break through? Who asked you to protect my clan? Who are you looking down on? The Dark Phoenix clan had indeed been strong for a long time, but they had also disappeared for a long time. Especially now, although 9 Nether was in the Divine King realm, she was no longer considered the top in the Xingzhou. If she appeared rashly, it was inevitable that she would be targeted by others. However, 9 Nether, you are from the Demon Clan after all. I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve much in the east and west borders. The saint probably wouldn't expect you to be able to reconstruct your physical body after 100 years, so Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with contemplation. What he was plotting against was the most terrifying force in the Xingzhou continent, the sacred sect. It was unknown if there were any supremacies in this sect, but the vassals behind them were definitely not as simple as just a few supreme Taoist orthodoxies. It was absolutely impossible for Ling Xiao or even the Ling people to overthrow it completely. Therefore, he needed to set up many chess pieces so that he could turn the situation around at the critical moment. When I raise my arm and call for action, the forces of the 4 borders will rise in revolt. Even if the sacred sect has as many experts as there are clouds, what can they do? Slaughter the world? Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. He could because he was a devil. The saint sect couldn't do it because they called themselves immortals. Young master, in fact, I had this intention long ago. Although I don't have to worry about elixirs by your side, I will still lack experience. I am from the Demon Clan. It is impossible for me to cultivate in the eastern border. Why don't you let me return to the northern border? As long as I carefully conceal my aura, no one will be able to discover my identity. 9 Nether's tone was particularly confident. Of course, Ling Xiao also believed that a Demon Clan expert who could survive in the hands of the sacred sect definitely had some means that he didn't know about. Okay, I will give you a few things. Take them with you. With your cultivation, you can secretly accumulate power when you return to the northern border. When the time comes, I will give you a suitable identity. Bai Zhishi's figure flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. With the means that he had set up, the little girl must be suffering from the pain of lovesickness by now. His luck points had been increasing all the time. It must have been the contribution of the 9th princess of the Nine-Tail clan. 9 Nether was his chess piece in the dark among the Demon Clan. As for Bai Zhishi, she was, of course, his spokesperson on the surface. Back then, he didn't kill Bai Zhishi in the northern wilderness, of course, not because he pitied her, but because the Demon Clan had always hated the human clan. He needed someone to help him accumulate the power of the Demon Clan. Bai Zhishi was born with a Tao rule body, and it was a strange Tao rule of space. Perhaps in a few years, she would become a proud daughter of the Demon Clan that could dominate her generation. This was probably the meaning of raising a young girl. Ling Xiao opened the system store, flipped to the spirit talisman column, exchanged a few spirit talismans, and handed them to 9 Nether. These are a few divine escape talismans. They can help you save your life. This is a spirit talisman to conceal your aura. With your cultivation, I think that even the Demon Emperor may not be able to see through your identity. Ling Shao pondered for a moment, then took out some pills and spirit treasures and handed them all to Nine Nether. These pills and spirit treasures can be used to win people's hearts. What a joke! Whether human or demon or immortal, desire would never be extinguished. On the contrary, it would only become more and more inflated as one's identity and cultivation increased. No one could completely resist temptation. If there was, it was only because the temptation wasn't great enough. Thank you, young master. Nine Nether's expression froze. A trace of unknown emotion mixed in her beautiful eyes. In just a month, she had gone from a remnant soul to a top god king expert in the Xingzhou. If not for young master's help, this time would have been extended by decades or even centuries. Nine Nether felt inexplicably disgusted at the thought of Chu Yang's final struggle. Young master was unparalleled in the world. This phrase was only suitable to describe Lord Ling Shao. Remember, no matter what trouble you encounter, your life is more important. Our path has just begun. If there's anything you can't solve, call me through the voice transmission talisman. Ling Shao grinned, while Nine Nether had already stood up and bowed respectfully to him. When we meet again, young master, Nine Nether will definitely not let young master down. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure abruptly vanished. However, there was actually a trace of mist in her eyes. Her life was more important. This was just the beginning. Young master really cared about her. She understood that young master didn't send her to the northern border just to train herself. Instead, he wanted to control more experts and even forces. Only then could it be called power. A sinister look flashed across Nine Nether's eyes. Ha! Those traitorous bastards, your king is back. It was only when Nine Nether's aura completely disappeared that Ling Zhao's expression gradually calmed down. The chess piece had been placed. Next, the chess game had officially begun. Although he didn't have enough foundation and strength now, it was still too early. Calculating the time, it had only been a month since he transmigrated here. And now, although the power he controlled couldn't be said to be on par with the supreme orthodoxies, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy a few first-rate forces. He had to be careful and keep a low profile. A villain already had a lot of hatred. If he killed people in a high-profile manner, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? He only had one chance. When Ling Shao truly revealed the identity of the Sky Demon to the public, it would definitely be the time to fight to the death with the saint. But now, I still have to think of a way to let Yun Shu and the Qin clan face off. The eastern border forces were naturally Ling Zhao's first choice if he could arrange a chess piece. If he couldn't, then he would beat them until they shut themselves up and became obedient. The Qin clan and Yun Shu were both supreme orthodoxies. If he wanted to start a war, the hatred of two disciples was obviously not enough. He still had to add some fuel to the fire. The sea of clouds stretched for thousands of miles, and the carriage was pulled by 9 dragons. Who would have thought that the young man sitting on the carriage was actually plotting against the world? Chapter 170. In front of the sacred palace of the myriad Tao demon sect. Suddenly, a demonic wind swept across, shaking the heavens and earth. All the disciples of the demon sect raised their heads and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. The next moment, their eyes lit up with a touch of worship. The young master is back. The young master is back. Suddenly, the entire sect was jubilant, and there was a hubbub of voices. Many geniuses had tears on their faces. Even some of the core disciples who had been in seclusion all year round walked out of their cave abodes and looked at the sky. At this moment, Ling Shao was lying on the dragon carriage, holding a glass cup in his hand. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. Damn, what a graceful and peerless young master with a jade-like face. The trace of laziness at the corner of the young master's mouth was enough to make people obsessed. Young master, I want it. Young master, please spoil me. Young master, I want to accompany you in the mortal world. Welcome back to the sect, young master. Get up, get up. I want to welcome the young master. Some of the disciples who had been injured in the training did not care about their broken arms and legs. They walked to the front of the hall and roared at the figure in the sky. Ling Xiao smiled. It felt good to return to the sect. In the myriad Tao demon palace, Ling Xiao looked at Wan Rendi, who was seated in the middle of the hall, and the several devil sect elders standing around him. He bowed. Sect master, Xiao, are you back? Wan Rendi naturally heard the commotion outside the palace. At this moment, there was a gentle smile on his face, but there was a deeper meaning in his eyes. How good would it be if you weren't young masterling people? I could rest assured and leave the sect to you to manage and cultivate in seclusion. In the past few days, rumors about Ling Xiao had been rampant in the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. Invincible immortal beauty was already a cliché. Most importantly, this young man was not only upright and pure, but he had even won over the cold goddess of the Holy Ji Palace. Wan Rendi panicked. How could he, the young master of the demon sect, become the light of the righteous path? Sect master, I met senior martial brother Zhuge when I went down the mountain this time. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He could see a trace of disappointment in 10,000 men's enemies' eyes. Presumably, the sect master already knew about Zhuge Liuyun's life, jade shattering, and his death. Sure enough, Wan Rendi sighed and said calmly, "So he still died at your hands?" This was the true face of Ling Xiao. Wan Rendi sighed inwardly. Now, Ling Xiao's pure and honest image was most likely something he purposely displayed for others to see. Behind his back, he was still that ruthless and murderous young master of the devil sect who would never allow anyone to threaten his life and status. Ling Xiao had changed. He had become even more terrifying. He wasn't afraid of villains being tyrannical, but he was afraid of villains understanding the human heart. Keep a low profile and reveal your fangs at the critical moment. Looking at the calm face of the young man in front of him, even Wan Rendi felt an inexplicable chill, although he did not know what Ling Xiao was planning. But in short, there would definitely be a place for him at the peak of the Shenzhou state. Why would sect master think so? I have already promised you that as long as senior martial brother Zhuge does not attack me, I will definitely not attack him. Ling Xiao shook his head with a serious expression. There seemed to be a hint of regret in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the faces of many elders in the hall trembled, and a trace of mockery rose on the corner of their mouths. Like hell, I'll believe you. You stinking brat, you're very bad. So it was Luyun who attacked you. Wan Rendi seemed to be certain that Zhuge Liuyun had died at the hands of Ling Xiao, and there was a trace of loneliness in his tone. Although he had many direct disciples, he had watched Zhuge Liuyun grow up. Of course, the strong preyed on the weak on the path to immortality. Wan Rendi naturally would not punish Ling Xiao for a dead person, but there was still some sorrow in his heart. Sect Master Sai. You, TSK. Sai. Although senior martial brother Zhuge and I had some conflicts before, he was still the senior martial brother of my myriad Tao demon sect. How could I kill him just like that? Ling Xiao bitterly smiled, and the expression on his face was as aggrieved as it could be. Hearing this, Yuan Ba coldly snorted, as if he was disdainful. You won't. You dared to kill my direct disciple in front of me. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? Why don't you believe me? Ling Xiao sighed and suddenly waved his hand. A figure emitting a stench instantly appeared in the hall. Who else could it be but Zhuge Liuyun? But at this moment, the skin on his entire body seemed to have been burned by a raging fire. It was almost impossible to see his original appearance. The undying heart flame was a spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and the heat it contained was not something that an ordinary person could contend against. That day, Ling Xiao poured it into Zhuge Liyuan's mouth and directly burned his entire body into charcoal. How could it not be wrinkled? If it wasn't for the fact that it was only a strand of qi that entered his mouth, not even a trace of Zhuge Liyan would be left. Ugh! Smelling the stench coming from the corpse, the faces of many disciples outside the hall changed, and they immediately bent over and retched. Sigh. When I saw Senior Marshal Brother Zhuge, he had already been burned to death by the spirit fire of heaven and earth. It's all my fault. If I had gone earlier, maybe. Sigh, Senior Marshal Brother, you died so miserably. Ling Xiao wiped his tears with his hand, and a look of determination suddenly appeared on his face. But even so, I still threw myself into that ball of flames, risking my life to bring Senior Marshal Brother's corpse back. Good. Outside the hall, thunderous applause resounded. Many disciples of the Devil's Sect looked at the stubborn and determined figure in the hall with deep reverence in their eyes. Only a few successor disciples who knew Ling Xiao's temperament could only force out a smile and say, "Young master is righteous." As expected of my Devil Sect's young master, you are loyal and loyal. You have a net worth of over 100 million. You have a goddess with one hand and gave me a horse and a concubine. Young master, fight. No. Rise. Quick. Someone come and carry Zhuge Liyan out. Looking at the excited disciples outside the hall, Wan Rendi raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not say anything in the end. However, at this moment, he seemed to feel that Ling Xiao was looking at him with a hint of resentment in his eyes. This bastard, could it be that he wants me to praise him? Sect master, look at how righteous I am. I risked my life to bring back your direct disciple's corpse. Aren't you going to express your gratitude? Ling Xiao grinned, and his eyes flickered with a dark light. Anyway, I've already paved the way for you. It's none of my business whether you believe me or not, but it's not up to you whether you want to go down or not. Otherwise, wouldn't the hearts of the 3,000 disciples of the Devil's Sect be cold? Xiao, this time you've done very well. Go to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and choose 3 divine artifacts yourself. Wan Rendi's expression was even uglier than eating shit. However, he couldn't get angry. First of all, Ling Xiao's identity was special, and he couldn't touch him at all. Now, his image in the hearts of the Devil's Sect's disciples might be even higher than his, the sect master of the Devil's Sect. Damn, this bastard is really shameless to the extreme. Chapter 171. Hee. Thank you, Sect Master. Ling Xiao will definitely do his best to help the Devil's Sect prosper in the future. Ling Xiao bowed. When he raised his head again, his expression was somewhat solemn. Sect Master, I have one more thing to report to you. Gulp, who else did you kill? Wan Rendi's relaxed expression instantly tensed up, especially when he saw the seriousness on Ling Xiao's face. It made his heart tremble. Ling Xiao glanced at the elders in the hall with a hesitant expression. All of you can leave. Great Elder, please wait. Ling Xiao called out to Yuan Ba, who was about to leave. The latter's face froze, and his brows seemed to darken. That's right. Qin Fin shouldn't have had any ideas about Ling Xiao. There was nothing to complain about, even if he was beaten to death on the battle stage. However, Ling Xiao's actions that day had truly slapped him, the God Emperor, in the face. This made Yuan Ba very angry. This bastard, how dare he ask me to stay? Isn't he afraid that I'll slap him to death? When the elders in the hall left, Wan Rendi waved his hand, and the sky demon light instantly surged, completely enveloping the entire hall. Shower, can you speak now? Wan Rendi's brows were still filled with vigilance. With Ling Xiao's temperament, something that could make him reveal such a serious expression must be something big. However, it was hard to say what was so big about this matter. Sect Master, Great Elder, you should know about what happened on Sunset Mountain, right? Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. He guessed that there must be spies planted by other forces in the devil sect. No one could avoid this kind of thing, even if the Ling people's core experts were all from their own clan. Who knew if there were any traitors among them? Just like the Sea family, all the families in Cold Sky City knew that this family was the Ling people's loyal dog. But in the end, when a tree grew big, there would always be a time when it would rot. It was the same for forces. This was an eternal law. Of course, there were 3 people from the myriad Tao demon sect who were definitely not spies of other sections. One was the patriarch's enemy of the 10,000 men, while the other was the great elder Yuan Ba. After all, these 2 were in charge of the entire supreme Taoism faction. He was already at the peak of the eastern frontier. Do they have any desires in their hearts? Yes, but not everyone could satisfy them. At the very least, the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect and the Qin clan were unable to do so. As for the remaining person, it was naturally Ling Xiao. You are talking about the matter of you blocking the attacks for that Qin clan's young master? Yuan Ba sneered. His old eyes were filled with mockery. In the blink of an eye, his expression froze. That's not right. Ling Xiao, that little scoundrel, even killed the eldest senior brother of the sect. How could he be so kind as to help the Qin clan's young master block the attack? Could it be that this matter, a monstrous aura suddenly gushed out from Yuan Ba's body, and it almost overturned the entire devil hall? He, great elder, be bold. Remove the question. It's exactly what you think. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a sinister look appeared on his face. It's really you. Yuan Ba's old face trembled. He seemed to have aged in an instant. The Milky Cloud Immortal sect was the archenemy of the myriad Tao demon sect. Yuan Ba and the 10,000 men's enemy naturally hated this sect to the core. Especially 10 years ago, the previous young master of the myriad Tao demon sect died under the sword of the Milky Cloud Immortal sect saint. However, since it was a battle between disciples of the same generation, his death only meant that he was not strong enough. However, Yuan Ba and the 10,000 men's enemy had been suppressing this anger in their hearts. However, how courageous was it to scheme against 2 supreme Taoism factions? How daring was it? Even the 10,000 men's enemy, and Yuan Ba, didn't have the guts, let alone Ling Xiao, who was in the realm of Paoang. Otherwise, once this matter was exposed, their foundation of thousands of years would be destroyed in one breath. At this moment, the 10,000 men's enemy didn't say anything. He tapped his fingers lightly on the golden chair he was sitting on. A cold and terrifying aura quietly spread out from his body. He was hesitating whether to give Ling Xiao a chance to continue speaking or to chase him out of the myriad Tao demon sect after he killed Zhuge Liang, scheming against 2 supreme Taoism factions. If he wasn't careful, it would be a sin for eternity. This risk was so great that even with the 10,000 men's enemy's current reputation and status, he couldn't help but hesitate. He even had the thought of offending the Ling people. This was a pool of muddy water. It was so muddy that it could instantly change the situation of the entire eastern border. Currently, there were only a few supreme Taoism factions in the eastern border. Once the Qin clan and the Milky Cloud Immortal sect started a war, the number of factions involved wouldn't be less than 10. At that time, the eastern border would be plunged into misery and suffering. However, to the myriad Tao demon sect, this was also an opportunity to get rid of their mortal enemy and expand their territory. Although the eastern border wasn't ruled by a dynasty, regardless of which faction it was, they still needed their subordinate factions to worship them. Layer by layer, and division by division. Otherwise, where do you think those sect's disciples get their daily cultivation resources from? From the strong wind? If the Milky Cloud Immortal sect was destroyed, the cities and ancient sects under his control would be divided among the other factions. As the myriad Tao demon sect's mortal enemy, if they could take the initiative in this chaos, This was a crucial decision that even concerned the future of the myriad Dao demon sect. Of course, Ling Xiao was well aware of the 10,000 men's enemies' concerns. In other words, if it were anyone else, they would hesitate this time. In front of them was a bottomless abyss, or it could be a path to heaven. However, in the middle there was a cold fog. Once this step was taken, there was no room for regret. How confident are you that the Qin clan and the Milky Cloud Immortal sect will fall into your trap? If it were anyone else, or the previous Ling Xiao, the 10,000 men's enemy wouldn't have dared to have any hope in him. However, now he suddenly wanted to try. If he succeeded, it would be a great achievement that would bring glory to the sect's name. With 2 Dao laws, he broke through from the Soul Sea realm to the Powang realm in a month. Most importantly, it was said that Nian Qinyan, the divine lady of the ethereal Dao palace who cultivated the merciless Dao, was now openly flirting with Ling Xiao. If this kid didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, how could he have done it? About 70%. Ling Xiao frowned, then suddenly broke into a grin. In fact, 70% was just him being modest. After all, it involved the illusion of overlapping shadows, so it was better to keep a low profile. The 10,000 men's enemies' hesitation had explained everything. In this world, there was no such thing as complete trust and support. It was just a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. Of course, if an ordinary son of destiny wanted to destroy a supreme Dao orthodoxy, it would take at least 1,000 chapters. In the mystic realm, one would have endless opportunities. In the early stages, one would be hunted down and suppressed and be forced to leave the realm. When one's cultivation level surpassed everything, one would come back to show off. It was too long. It was too long. Who was Ling Xiao? I'm a villain. Do I need to do it myself? I just need to blow the wind and light the fire. Naturally, someone will help me solve everything. 70%. Even so, the 10,000 men's enemy and Yuan Ba were still shocked. 70%. Perhaps they could give it a try. Tell me about your plan. The 10,000 men's enemy suddenly relaxed. He was half lying on the golden chair with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. It seemed that the demonic sect master was tempted. Chapter 172. Sect leader, even if the conflict between the 2 disciples is irreconcilable, what do you think is the chance of the 2 supreme orthodoxies going to war? Ling Xiao suddenly asked Wan Ren's enemy. 2 direct disciples. Wan Ren's enemy's eyes darkened. He didn't even dare to interfere when the demonic sect's young master was killed. Although the conflict between the Qin clan's young master and the immortal sect's true disciple was more complicated and affected the reputation of the 2 sections. However, based on Wan Ren's enemy's thinking, if neither side was willing to back down, he would send a few cannon fodder forces to fight it out and make a big fuss. In the end, nothing would be settled. After all, both the Qin Emperor and immortal Master Cloudy Du were old foxes who had lived for hundreds of years. How could they fight to the death over 2 disciples? Sai Xiao, although I don't know if your plan will succeed. Even if it does, I'm afraid it won't shake the foundations of the 2 sections. Wan Ren's enemy sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He trusted Ling Xiao's courage and methods. However, he was still too young. He didn't understand how deep the thoughts of the sect leaders of the supreme orthodoxies were. As the saying goes, which one of those who could live to their age wasn't a 1,000-year-old fox? Achoo! An old woman from Qingqiu sneezed for no reason. So, this is what I want to discuss with the sect leader and great elder. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His face was calm and collected. When Wan Ren's enemy and immortal master saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that this young master of ours had already planned everything? The fire has been lit. No matter what, the 2 supreme orthodoxies won't admit their mistakes. What we need to do is fan the wind from the side and spread the fire. Ling Xiao snickered. Demonic light flashed in his eyes. He looked like a demon who was ready to kill. Fan the wind? Wan Ren's enemy immediately thought of something. His eyes were also filled with shock. You mean, sect leader, there should be many spies from the demonic sect in the Cloudy Dew Immortal sect, right? Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Now it's time for them to shine. But, Sect Master, if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid there won't be another one in the future. Since you've become a spy, you should have known your value long ago. At the same time, I will also report this to my father and get him to secretly arrange spies in the Qin clan to assist him from the side, killing the vassal powers of the Qin clan as well as the disciples who went out to temper themselves. At that time, this situation would be completely out of control. On the way here, Ling Xiao had already learned from the spies that the Grand Elder of the Cloudy Millet Immortal sect had gone to the Qin clan and issued a challenge. The conflict between the two sects had clearly reached an irreconcilable stage. Now, any unusual movement from either side would attract countless suspicions from the other side. But if that's the case, our myriad Dao demon sect's 100 years of planning will be completely destroyed. If we're exposed, Yuan Ba was still hesitant. What Ling Xiao was doing was something he had been thinking about for decades. But the price of this plan was bound to be blood spilled over 10,000 miles, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. It had been almost 100 years since the last supreme orthodoxy clashed in the Shenzhou. Grand Elder, don't be soft-hearted. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at Wan Rendi in the hall, waiting quietly. Xiao, this is a serious matter. Let me think about it again. Wan Rendi sighed, still with a hint of lingering fear on his face. All right, but Sect Master, you'd better give me an answer quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to give orders to Ling people. Ling Xiao nodded, turned around and walked out of the hall. Wan Rendi and Yuan Ba were left in the hall, looking at each other in dismay. After a long while, they sighed inwardly. Grand Elder, do you think it's feasible? At most, we'll just have to plan for another 100 years. It won't be a big loss to our sect's foundation. Then give the order. Wan Rendi nodded and raised his head to look outside the hall. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a blood-red cloud shrouding the eastern border, who would become the master of this world in the end. Xiao, I'll do it. At this moment, Wan Rendi's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. A faint smile appeared on the former's face. Young master, young master. Outside the hall, countless disciples rushed toward Ling Xiao. The latter's expression froze, and he disappeared in an instant. At the peak of the myriad Dao sacred mountain, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Young master, Xiao Tu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said calmly, "Come in." Now that he had planted a soul imprint on Xiao Tu, it could be said that he was absolutely loyal. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that in just a few days, this guy's luck had increased by 200 points, and his aura had completely stepped into the first level of Powong. Did you have a fortuitous encounter recently? Ling Xiao didn't know about Xiao Tu's experience. However, it must be a blood feud for a true disciple of a demonic sect to take revenge at the expense of becoming a soul slave. Although Ling Xiao still didn't know the origin of Yuan Yu Saint, but to be able to become the saint of a supreme orthodoxy, it was unreasonable for him to not have some luck. The reason why this chaotic world was chaotic was because there were so many monstrous geniuses and children of destiny everywhere. With Xiao Tu's luck, he might not be a match for that saint. At most, he would be a bigger stepping stone. It seemed that he had to think of a way to lower that saint's intelligence. Young master, a few days ago, I went to the mountains to train and found a spirit fruit. After eating it, my soul palace grew by dozens of feet. Xiao Tu's eyes flashed with excitement. Although His cultivation had stepped into the threshold of Paong. It was said that Yuan Yu Saint had stepped into Paong for a long time. Xiao, too, didn't have any chance of winning against him. But now, his divine soul had become a big crutch. Today, he came to ask for a fortune from the young master. Since the young master was proficient in the soul seal technique, he must have mastered some kind of divine soul technique. If young master could give him a few pointers, he might be able to kill Yuan Yu Saint's son with his soul technique if he was caught off guard. Soul palace? Divine soul power? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and instantly understood the purpose of Xiao Tu's visit. What a coincidence! I do have an ancient, divine soul technique here. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and suddenly clenched his fist. A black, round stone instantly appeared in his hand, emitting a faint soul light. This is a soul sword technique left by a soul elder. However, this ancient technique is incomplete. There is only one move, but its power is quite terrifying. You can try to cultivate it. If you succeed, you can kill a Paong cultivator. If you fail, Ling Xiao opened the system store and found the divine soul technique column. He chose a relatively simple soul technique for Xiao Tuesday. I'll choose you. Sharpen seal. Open your divine sense. Yes, young master. Xiao Tu's eyes narrowed with a faint look of expectation. Immediately, a wisp of fluctuation instantly attacked and imprinted on his divine sense. Buzz. The space trembled and the sound of Tao resounded. At this moment, all the experts of the myriad Tao demon sect looked toward the top of the mountain. What a terrifying fluctuation! What Tao technique is this? Chapter 173. Thank you, young master. After a short while, Xiao Tu abruptly opened his eyes, and he immediately knelt before Ling Xiao. Originally, he joined Ling Xiao just for the chance to enter the myriad sect martial meeting. But now, he realized that the fortune that the young master gave him was the best in the Shenzhou state. To him, it was a heavenly fortune. Xiao Tu couldn't help but think that if he could follow the young master, would he have a chance to reach the peak of the world? Get up. I've broken the seal in the soul stone for you. You can try to comprehend it. If you can't, don't force yourself. I'll get the first 3 soul swords for you as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't have any feelings for Xiao Tuesday. It was just that he was surprised by Xiao Tu's obsession. Besides, although Xiao Tu didn't have much luck, he was still a person with a small amount of luck. His status was similar to Lin Ming's. If he kept them by his side like a lottery ticket, he might get a different surprise. Yes, young master, I'll take my leave first. Xiao Tu bowed and left. Ling Xiao called out the system again. Owner Ling Xiao. Identity: young master of the myriad Tao demon sect, successor of the ancient Ling people. Divine constitution: Sky demon true body, second transformation, forbidden constitution. Cultivation: intermediate Paong state. Spiritual treasures: immemorial demonic saber, grade unknown. 8 desolation glazed demon subduing pagoda, divine treasure. Imperial star robe, high-grade Tao artifact. Cultivation methods: myriad Tao demonic art, Sky Demon Sutra. Sky Demon True Body, talent. Eye of Nirvana, talent. Ancient Soul Assimilation Technique, forbidden technique. Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Seal, soul skill. Spiritual Beast, immemorial demonic dragon, mystic pure state. Luck: 3,700. Villain points: 20,000. Mystic pure state? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Hua Hua to enter the mystic pure state directly after taking the grade 6 pill. However, since she had the bloodline of a true dragon, it wasn't surprising that she broke through so quickly. Moreover, it was a 6th grade medicinal pill. If people were to find out that Ling Xiao had fed a level 6 medicinal pill to his pet, his dog's head would probably explode. 20,000 villain points left. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Originally, he had accumulated a lot of villain points. However, he had already used up more than half of it after exchanging fortunes for 9 Nether and Xiao Tuesday. Of course, this kind of consumption might not seem worth it now, but in the long run, it would be beneficial. 3,700 Providence, at least in the eastern border, other than Yen Qingyin. No one should have a higher Providence than me, right? Ling Xiao grinned and closed his eyes again. Although the luck in his body was not real, it was plundered, and he could not encounter the hidden fortune of heaven and earth. However, as this number increased, Ling Xiao gradually realized that the number of people with destiny around him seemed to be increasing. To Ling Xiao, this was a heaven-defying fortune. However, he didn't know if the system would unlock something strange when he accumulated enough luck points to create his true body of providence. System: add a point to the infinite demonic arts. Now that Nian Qingyun's cultivation had reached the middle stage of Paoang, he had to work harder. After all, in the upcoming Myriad Sect martial arts competition, he would have to face the most powerful geniuses of the eastern border. Ling Xiao was confident that no one at his age of 17 had a higher cultivation than him. However, the problem was the saints and young masters of those orthodoxies were far more than 17 years old. Therefore, their cultivation would definitely be more terrifying. Buzz. Buzzing sounds came from the sky above the infinite demonic arts sect again. A terrifying demonic aura swept across heaven and earth, spreading across thousands of miles as if it was going to destroy the world. At night, countless disciples walked out of their cave abodes and looked at the sky above the mountain peak. Some of the talented ones had an epiphany in the demonic aura. The next day, when Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, he saw that the void in front of him had collapsed, revealing 2 dark and deep cracks. A river of stars flowed, and the sun and moon alternated. A terrifying power of heaven and earth instantly swept across the entire Myriad Dao sacred mountain, causing countless people to be terrified. The late stage of Paoang! Ling Xiao grinned. There seemed to be a demonic shadow behind him, standing indifferently at the top of the sky. The battle with Nian Qingyin the day before had caused his cultivation to be shaken. Therefore, after squandering the villain points in the system, he had completely stepped into the late stage of Paoang. In this way, in the entire eastern border, he could be called invincible. "Young master, are you awake?" Outside the cave abode, a pleasant voice came again. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed as a smile appeared on his face. "Here she comes. Come in." Fu Yinyao's figure immediately appeared in the cave abode. There was a hint of tiredness on her beautiful face. Yesterday, she had set off from Sunset City and rushed to Fire Cloud Sect overnight, but she did not see Lin Ming. It was said that she seemed to have returned to the sect with Yin Tianxing, the grandson of the great elder of Fire Cloud Sect, to hold a wedding. Fu Yinyao did not know the relationship between Ling Xiao and Lin Ming, so she did not dare to make a rash decision. She could only rush back to Myriad Dao Demon Sect overnight with the Fire Cloud Sect Master. "Young Master, I have inquired about Miss Lin Ming's background. She is the daughter of a concubine from a small family in Fire Cloud City, but she is not in Fire Cloud Sect now." Fu Yinyao's lips curled into a faint smile as she looked at Ling Xiao with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. It seemed that young master had not favored her for a long time. She did not know if there would be a chance today. "Not in Fire Cloud Sect?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up at a nervous old man outside the cave abode. This person was called Taoist Huiyun, the current master of Fire Cloud Sect. His cultivation was only a first-grade divine general. Facing the colossus of Myriad Dao Demon Sect, his heart was already filled with fear. Of course, how could he not be afraid? Yesterday, the true disciple of Devil Sect suddenly came and asked many questions about Lin Ming. At first, Taoist Huiyun thought that Lin Meng had offended myriad Tao demon sect. But Fu Yinyao's attitude made him have some guesses. Damn it, it was most likely this lecherous leader. No, the young master of Devil Sect had taken a fancy to Lin Meng. But today was the wedding day of Lin Meng and Yin Tianqing. That old bastard Yin Jingchun had brought people to Fire Cloud City early in the morning to pick up the bride. If they snatched Lord Ling Zhao's toy, Fire Cloud Sect, hiss, hiss, hiss. Taoist Huiyun felt a chill in his heart. When he saw Ling Xiao looking up at him, his legs trembled and he knelt on the ground. Young master, it has nothing to do with me. It was Yin Zhengchun who was blinded by lust. He forced Lin Meng and Yin Tianqing to marry. I will kill these two bastards now. Oh? Forced Lin Meng to marry? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of playfulness, So fast? Ling Xiao naturally guessed Yin Tianqing's thoughts. It was probably better than seeing that he was interested in Lin Meng and wanted to make the first move. But this kind of relationship was always about success when the conditions were right. Although Lin Meng did show some respect to his senior brother that day, it was not to the extent that she would marry no one else but him. However, the grandson of an elder of a small sect was naturally nothing to Ling Xiao. But to Lin Meng, a daughter of a concubine from a small aristocratic family, he was like a mountain that could not be provoked. If Yin Tianqing treated Lin Meng better step by step, it was too late. But now he was forcing her to marry, like I said, give him some stimulation and he will play himself to death. Chapter 174. Ling. Lord Ling Xiao. Sob, sob, sob. Young master, it really has nothing to do with me. Taoist Huiyun knelt on the ground and cried. He already hated Yin Zhengchun and his grandson to death. F***CK. Of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke this great demon. This descendant of Ling people would even kill his own people when he was ruthless. The Fire Cloud sect was only an 18th-rate sect in the eastern border of Xingzhou. Even the Tianshui sect behind them would have to kneel down and greet the young master. These two bastards actually dared to snatch the young master's woman? Taoist Huiyun's face became even more sinister. If Yin Tianqing did not snatch Lin Meng as his wife and the young master took a fancy to the latter, their Fire Cloud sect, hiss, 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 heavenly fortune, destroyed in a day. Yin Zhengchun, you are my Fire Cloud sect's eternal sinner. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Taoist Huiyun, whose face was changing, and the corner of his mouth gradually raised into a playful smile. A grandson of a small sect elder who did not have any luck rashly stepped into the path of immortality. Instead of cultivating properly, he learned how to use power to suppress others? Forget it. Today, you Ling Xiao, Daddy will teach you what it means to use power to suppress others. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to the front of the Fire Cloud sect's head, patting his shoulder lightly. Did you not eat? Why are you crying so softly? Sob, 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 sob. Sob, 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 sob. Young master, spare me, spare me. The Fire Cloud sect's head instantly collapsed on the ground and cried heartbreakingly. He was really not pretending. The main thing was that Ling Zhao's fierce reputation was too frightening. Where is the family that Lin Meng is from? Ling Xiao turned to look at Fu Yunyao and said calmly, Even the child of destiny could do something, like snatching a bride. Why couldn't he do it? Lin, she did it too. Although he was mercilessly crushed by Ling Xiao in the end, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. A mere elder of a small sect, his realm was probably only at the Paong stage, right? Young master, it is in Fire Cloud City at the foot of Fire Cloud Mountain. Fu Yunyao covered her mouth and laughed. Young master was really too bad, scaring people to cry. Flaming Cloud City? Ling Xiao nodded, then lifted his leg and gave Taoist Huiyun a fierce kick. Lead the way. Woo 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 burp. The Fire Cloud sect master was stunned for a moment before a hint of excitement appeared on his old face. Lead the way. Young master won't kill me. Before coming here, Taoist Huyin had already made preparations for his death and made arrangements for his funeral. He was afraid that he would not be able to bring his body back, so he asked his disciples to prepare a cenotaph. Once the coffin was lifted and the suona was blown, the banquet should have already begun, right? In a certain small sect on the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent, a funeral and a joyous occasion were held at the same time. Still not leaving, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, scaring Taoist Huyin to the point that he used all his strength and flew towards the horizon. A god general expert was rushing at a terrifying speed. Therefore, when Taoist Huyin reached the foot of the myriad Tao demon sect mountain, he realized that his young master had not followed him and cried again, F***CK. I was too careless. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, then turned to look at Fu Yuniao. Senior Sister Fu, you should rest in the sect. The myriad sect martial meeting is about to begin. Prepare well. Ling Xiao casually threw a bottle of pills to Fu Yuniao and was about to walk down the mountain when his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Roar! A deafening dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire myriad Tao sacred mountain. A monstrous demonic aura swept out, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Black clouds descended and demonic aura surged. Even 10,000 men's enemy stepped out of the hall and raised his head in shock, looking at the terrifying demonic figure in the sky. Dragon! It's actually a true dragon. At this moment, in the sky above the myriad Tao sacred mountain, a black dragon shadow that stretched for hundreds of miles tore through the clouds, letting out ear-piercing dragon roars. Demonic light surged around its body, and its aura suppressed the sky. It could be said that it was terrifying. For a moment, 10,000 men's enemy thought that a demon emperor had descended. But at this moment, when he saw the figure standing on the head of the demon dragon with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowed again. He was wearing a white robe and was handsome. Who else could it be if it was not Ling Xiao? How could it be this demon dragon is Ling Xiao's mount? 10,000 men's enemy swallowed his saliva. With his cultivation realm, he could easily sense that the demon dragon had not stepped into the Powong realm, but the demonic aura on its body was comparable to that of a king realm demon. Look, it's the demon dragon. What a terrifying demonic beast. This aura really makes me want to pee. It's too terrifying. There seems to be a figure on the head of the demon dragon. Are you kidding? How can such a fierce demon tolerate being humiliated and stepped on? It's the young master. It's the young master. Countless disciples of the demon sect walked out of their cave abodes and stood in front of the hall. They looked up at the figure standing with his hands behind his back, and the shock in their eyes almost solidified. Young master. It's the young master's mount. Awesome. The young master is awesome. As expected of the man who conquered the goddess of the Tao Palace, the demon dragon is a real phoenix, a match made in heaven. The crowd began to cheer and finally reached the climax. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, merely smiled and left on his dragon, the peak of the mystic clear stage. He did not expect Hua Hua to break through to the peak of the mystic clear stage in such a short time. A 6th grade pill was indeed terrifying. However, perhaps Hua Hua's bloodline was too powerful. Even though it was half a step into the Powong realm, it still could not transform and awaken its talent. Rumor had it that the more terrifying a demonic beast's bloodline was, the more difficult it would be to transform and awaken its talent. This was the punishment of the heavenly Tao to maintain the balance of all creatures. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know whether the rumor was true or not. After all, he came from Chengdu. However, it was clear that with Hua Hua's current power, once it transformed and awakened its talent, the entire Xingzhou would be shaken again. At the foot of the myriad Tao sacred mountain, Taoist Yun looked at the demonic clouds above his head, and his old face was extremely pale. Young master is indeed invincible. Even the demon dragon is willing to submit to him. Yin Jiangchen, I think you're going to die today. With that thought, Taoist Huiyun's figure instantly rose into the sky and rushed in front of Ling Xiao, heading towards a certain place in the eastern border. At this moment, he could not wait to kill the Grand Elder, who he usually flattered to in his hands. The eastern border was sunny and cloudy today. There were demonic clouds covering thousands of miles and tearing the clouds apart, causing countless ancient orthodoxies to guess which demon king of the northern border had arrived. But since when did the demon race have the guts to step into the human race's territory so arrogantly? However, guesses were guesses and anger was anger. At this moment, none of the sects or clans were willing to take the lead, for fear of attracting unnecessary trouble. As for the snow in front of one's door, it was always up to each person to clean up their own mess. What does it have to do with me who this great demon kills? Chapter 175. Ling People in the Sacred Palace. Emperor Ling looked at a piece of golden paper in his hand and pondered. Ling Xiao had sent Ghost Shadow to bring the letter back. It described in detail what had happened at the Sunset Peak and Ling Xiao's plan. With Spirit Shadow's loyalty and cultivation, Ling Xiao naturally trusted him. The Qin clan and the Ling people had been enemies for thousands of years. The hatred between the two clans was like fire and water. Now that there was a chance to suppress the Qin clan, Emperor Ling would not let it go. What else did Xiao say? Emperor Ling was expressionless. He was not worried about Ling Xiao's plan at all. There were just a few spies. They could be arranged after they died. But if he missed the chance, he would not get another one. Master said that he would discuss with the enemy of the 10,000 clans and attack the dragon pool at the same time. Ghost Shadow felt that there was something wrong with Master Ling's words. Attack the dragon pool? Attack the Yinshu clan or the Qin clan? Attack the dragon pool at the same time. Emperor Ling's face froze. An image seemed to appear in front of him. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes. Emperor Ling Ghost Shadow took the golden paper from Emperor Ling and read Ling Xiao's plan in detail. Even with his temperament, fear flashed across his eyes. Master Ling was indeed the man who was going to be in charge of the Ling people and the 10,000 clans. His temperament was not something that ordinary talents could compare to. Even the young man in front of him did not have such a deep scheming mind when he was at his age. The entire palace suddenly quieted down. Emperor Ling raised his head and looked at the sky outside the palace. A playful smile appeared on his face. He was indeed my son. With such means, why would he be afraid of the saint sect? Sky soared celestial sect on a small path up the mountain. A beautiful figure in white walked over slowly. Green lotuses appeared under her bare feet. She was like a true immortal who had come to the mortal world. Goddess, goddess, you can't go up. We haven't reported it yet. Behind her, 2 disciples of the sky soared celestial sect followed with bitter faces, but their eyes were filled with awe and infatuation. The goddess of the Holy Ji Palace was a goddess who brought chaos to all races. The rumors were true. Although Nian Qingyun's face was covered by a white veil, her eyes that were exposed seemed to contain clear water. They were as deep as an abyss and seemed to contain 10,000 different emotions. Where is Yi Qingchan? Nian Qingyun ignored their attempts to stop her. She continued to walk gracefully towards the peak. She didn't know why, but when she heard that name, she felt a wave of annoyance in her heart. It was rather sudden. Ling Xiao had already explained Yi Qingchan's background to her. But the more Nian Qingyun thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Even if Yi Qingchan's background was pitiful, why would Ling Xiao bring her from the northern wilderness to the Xingzhou? If he gave her the fortune of spirit stones, wouldn't she be able to live a better life in a small place like the northern wilderness? Humph! How dare you give my engagement gift to another woman? Ling Shao, you really have guts. Junior sister Yi? The eyes of the two guarding disciples congealed, and their faces instantly surged with a little shock. Everyone in the Xingzhou knew about Ling Zhao's actions that day, but they never dreamed that the goddess who had always been as cold as ice would really come for this matter. Goddess, junior sister, Yi has been in seclusion for 5 days. You, tell me, where is she? Nian Qingyan stopped and looked back calmly at the guarding disciple. The latter's mind instantly collapsed, and he almost vomited blood and fell to the ground. What a cold and terrifying aura! Nian Qingyan was indeed the goddess of the Tao Palace and the genius of the Xingzhou. Even the true disciples of the Sky Sword Immortal sect were no match for her. Goddess, so the goddess of the Tao Palace is here. Just as the two disciples were in a difficult position, an old figure slowly descended from the sky. The successor of the Ling people and the goddess of the Tao Palace. Their identities and backgrounds were terrifying in the eastern border of the Xingzhou. Especially now that the two of them were tied together, they were bound together for good or ill. The Sky Sword Sect Master couldn't afford to be careless. Greetings, Sect Master. The two disciples immediately bowed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The goddess was beautiful, but her temper was cold and heartless. Of course, her coldness was only for extras like them. She might be very warm to Lord Ling Shao. Sect Master Duan. Nian Qingyan bowed slightly, her face still cold. Hee, I wonder what brings the goddess here. Although Duan Weong had a smile on his face, he sighed bitterly in his heart. Both of them were jinxes. Nothing good would come out of their visit to the Sky Sword Immortal sect. Where is the sword that Ling Shao gave you? Nian Qingyan asked calmly, as if she didn't feel the slightest pressure because of Duan Weong's identity. Ling people and the ethereal Tao Palace were both god emperors. The reason why people feared them was because the rulers of these two forces were generally at a higher level. Goddess, you want to... A trace of surprise flashed in Duan Weong's eyes. Could it be that the goddess came up the mountain to retrieve the divine sword? It couldn't be. Although the Qiu, a divine sword, was indeed a treasure of the 10,000 swords sacred ground, a mere divine weapon shouldn't be enough for Nian Qingyan to put down her pride. Could it be? If it's with you, Sect Master, please give it to me. I'll personally deliver it to Yi Qingchan. Nian Qingyan reached out her white hand and said softly to Duan Weong. Yi Qingchan had been in seclusion for 5 days? So this Sky Sword disciple had been in seclusion on the day of his engagement with Ling Shao? If there was nothing between them, why didn't she accompany Duan Weong to congratulate him? Why did she choose to go into seclusion instead? Humph! There must be something fishy. She must be sad. Duan Weong seemed a little hesitant. Yi Qingchan was still in a critical period of seclusion. If Nian Qingyan went to disturb her now, it might cause trouble. Goddess, how about this? We don't want the divine sword. You can leave. In the end, Duan Weong suddenly shook his head. He took out the Qiu, a divine sword with a smile, and handed it to Nian Qingyan. He didn't want Yi Qingchan to have too much to do with Ling Shao. That brat was very strange. Now that even Taoist Wu Qing was about to fall for him, he was really worried about Yi Qingchan holding the divine sword that Ling Shao gave her every day. Looking at the sword reminded one of the person. How could one achieve the supreme sword Tao then? A divine weapon? Nian Qingyan raised her eyebrows slightly. Under the white veil, the corners of her mouth curved into a charming smile. The divine sword that Ling Shao gave me was an ancient relic. Even if it was incomplete now, it was still a divine weapon. Although the sword in front of her looked sharp and dazzling, it obviously had nothing to do with the ancient era. Suddenly, Nian Qingyan felt a trace of satisfaction. But in the next moment, her expression froze. Why would I have such a thought? Damn Ling Shao! I will personally kill you at the Myriad Sect Martial meeting. Yes, I will use the 7 tribulations divine sword that you gave me. Buzz! Just as Nian Qingyan was secretly hating him, a loud and clear sword sound suddenly came from the mountain peak in the distance. The sea of sword intent swept out, instantly shattering the clouds. Chapter 176. Huh, this aura? Qingchan broke through to the mystic clear stage. Duan Weong was stunned. His old eyes flashed with astonishment. How many days had it been? Calculating the time, it seemed that it had only been 5 days since Yi Qingchan was brought to the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect by Ling Shao, right? But this girl had broken through to the mystic clear stage from the ethereal stage? What kind of monstrous speed was that? No one in the entire Xingzhou could compare to her. He had found a treasure. Duan Weong's face bloomed with joy. Haha, it seems that this aura belongs to junior sister Yi. Nian Qingyun's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she disappeared instantly. Even with Duan Weong's cultivation, he was stunned. She was indeed a peerless genius who comprehended the ethereal Tao law. Her figure was so ethereal that she could go and stay as she pleased. Goddess, how can I take back the sword my husband gave me? Wouldn't that make me seem too stingy? It was rare for Nian Qingyun to say the word husband. Her voice was clear and sweet, and it instantly resounded throughout the entire sky, Sword Mountain. Husband? Goddess Nian was really taken by Lord Ling Shao? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. At this moment, Yi Qingchan stood on the mountain peak, her green robe fluttering like a fairy. There was a hint of joy on her beautiful face. She had reached the mystic clear stage. Sir, I'm trying my best to catch up with you. It was hard to imagine that she had reached the top in the northern wilderness in just 5 days, especially after merging with the trace of Tao law power given to her by Sir. Yi Qingchan seemed to feel that the unknown power in her body was slowly awakening. Sometimes she would see many scenes she had never seen before. Bloody battlefields, thousands of miles of ice, golden palaces, tens of thousands of people worshipping. She had never seen these with her own eyes, but now they filled her mind like carvings. Yi Qingchan was confused. She wanted to break through quickly and go to Sir's side, but she had a vague feeling that once she truly mastered that power, she would completely lose Ling Shao. Buzz! Not far away, the space suddenly shook. A white-clothed celestial figure floated down and stood about 10 feet in front of her. The same picturesque celestial beauty, the same world-toppling beauty. Especially now that Yi Qingchan had made a breakthrough in her cultivation, her aura had gradually become as cold as ice. However, she was different from Nian Qingyun. Her coldness did not come from her temperament, but from her aura. The goddess of the Holy Ji Palace, on the other hand, seemed to have been born with a cold heart. The 2 women looked at each other from afar, their beautiful eyes carrying a faint trace of coldness. Even though Yi Qingchan's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the mystic clear realm, she didn't have the slightest bit of fear in front of Nian Qingyun. In fact, she was even more imposing. She didn't need to guess to know who this woman was. Her picturesque appearance brought disaster to all races, making me feel pity for her. Other than the young master's divine fiancé, who else would make a special trip to the Heavenly Sword Sect to see her? However, since she was here, it seemed that the young master had mentioned her in front of others. Yi Qingchan's lips suddenly curled into a smile. Her personality wasn't cold and aloof. Instead, she was a little naughty. However, her aura was like a cold spring in the depths of the 9 heavens, making people feel lonely for no reason. The 2 of them didn't speak until Nian Qingyun pulled out the long sword in her hand. This is a gift from Ling Shao. He said, you are very pitiful. Nian Qingyun turned around and walked down the mountain. She had already gotten the answer she wanted. No matter how conceited Nian Qingyan was, she finally understood today why Yi Qingchan was able to gain Ling Zhao's favor. Her coldness was her disgust for the world. However, when Nian Qingyan said the words Ling Xiao, she clearly saw a trace of tenderness surging in Yi Qingchan's eyes. Ling Xiao, I will kill you during the myriad sect martial arts competition, transcend my love tribulation, and cultivate my Tao heart. Yi Qingchan silently looked at the beautiful figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance, a faint smile still on her lips. The young master really dotes on me. I must work hard to cultivate and strive to be by the young master's side as soon as possible. As for that power, Yi Qingchan didn't believe that there was anything in this world that could make her leave Ling Xiao. If there was, then she would destroy it. Young master, even if I were to be smashed into pieces one day, I would have no regrets. Yi Qingchan's eyes suddenly shone brightly. It was a kind of obsession that she would not regret until she died. Flaming Cloud City. Today, Flaming Cloud City was extraordinarily lively. Many mortals walked on the streets, fighting to see the Grand Elder of the Fire Cloud sect. In this small city at the foot of the mountain, there were not many immortal cultivators. Other than the city lord and a few aristocratic families, most of the people were ordinary citizens. It was said that today the Grand Elder of the Fire Cloud sect, Yin Zhengchen, came here with his grandson to propose marriage to the Lin family's daughter, Lin Meng. How could the citizens miss such a good opportunity? They got up early and wanted to see the immortal's glory. Of course, if they were lucky, the immortal would give them some cultivation treasures, and they might be able to attain the Tao in one go and step onto the ethereal path of immortality. At this moment, outside the Lin family, an old man in a fiery red robe stood with his hands behind his back. There was a dignified and arrogant look on his old face. This person was Yin Tianqing's grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Fire Cloud sect, Yin Zhengchen. His cultivation had been in the Powang realm for a long time. Originally, he was not willing to come for such a small matter. After all, there was no need for him, the Grand Elder of an immortal sect, to come personally to propose marriage to a small aristocratic family in a small city. With just an order, all kinds of women would beg and cry in front of him. But today, Yin Tianqing insisted that he come with him, saying that he wanted to give the Lin family some face. Haha, the Grand Elder is here. My Lin family is honored. A few elders of the Lin family immediately walked out and bowed to Yin Zhengchen. Behind them, the head of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, bowed with a terrified expression. Although he knew that Lin Meng and Yin Tianqing liked each other, he didn't expect that the marriage proposal today would alarm the Grand Elder of the Fire Cloud sect. This person's status in the Flaming Cloud City was even more honorable than the city lord. Yin Zhengchen just snorted softly and walked into the lobby surrounded by everyone. At this moment, all the members of the Lin family had arrived. They looked at Yin Zhengchen with awe and fear in their eyes. The strongest elder of the Lin family was only in the profound, clear realm. In front of the Grand Elder, he was nothing. But for some reason, Lin Meng's face had a trace of bitterness. She didn't seem to feel happy because of such an honor. Meng, why aren't you serving the Grand Elder tea? Menga, Lord Ling Xiao, you are destined to be my extravagant hope. Lin Meng looked at the sky outside the hall. In her eyes, there was a gentle and handsome face. Lin Meng didn't wake up from her daze until someone gently pushed her from the side. Damn, this stinky girl. Is she trying to kill the Lin family? Gloominess flashed in the eyes of many members of the Lin family, especially a middle-aged woman standing in the hall. There was a trace of hatred in her eyes. She was just a daughter of a concubine. She was really lucky to be chosen by young Master Yin. What, is she still not satisfied? She actually showed a worried face. The Lin family was really big now. They had all kinds of birds. Chapter 177. Meng, serve Grandpa some tea. Yin Tianqing walked up to Lin Meng and yelled. Although he was Yin Jingchuan's biological grandson, in this immortal path, familial ties were all empty talk. Yin Tianqing had no doubt that if his grandpa knew that the reason why he was in such a hurry to marry Lin Meng was because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would take Lin Meng away from him, the head elder of the Fire Cloud Martial School would probably slap him into a pulp. Of course, Yin Tianqing was afraid too. But if Ling Xiao was really interested in Lin Meng, he wouldn't let her leave Sunset City. He would just kidnap her and take her to the Universal Demon Sect. After all, that was the style of the descendant of the Ling people. So maybe he just wanted to play around? But nothing was absolute. To be on the safe side, he felt that it was necessary to give Lin Meng an anti-prying bar. What a pity. She was just an ant. Even if she had seen the sky dragon, she hadn't seen the real dragon might. The ignorant were fearless. Some things didn't belong to you, and in the end, they still wouldn't belong to you. Even if it belonged to you, if someone stronger wanted it, it still wouldn't belong to you. It was the same for women. Don't struggle. It's useless. Be straightforward. It's all decent. In the dead of the night, he would listen to a song to comfort himself that tomorrow would be a new day. First elder, have some tea. Lin Meng sighed and handed the teacup to Yin Jingchun. At this moment, there was a faint sadness on her face, and her eyes were empty. Even if she forced a smile on her face, it still couldn't escape Yin Jingchuan's divine soul. You're not happy? Yin Jingchun frowned slightly, and a wisp of powong spread out in an instant. The group of people from the Lin family knelt on the ground in shock. Calm down, Grand Elder. Calm down, Grand Elder. Meng, what are you doing? Lin Yuan, the head of the Lin family, paled. He raised his hand to slap Lin Meng, but was stopped by Yin Tianqing. How could he not see Lin Meng's disappointment? There was some suppressed anger in her eyes. Junior sister Lin, you're too arrogant. But it doesn't matter. When we go back to the Fire Cloud sect, I'll let you know what it means to be in heaven. At that time, you will naturally forget about that Ling Xiao. Please forgive me, Grand Elder. Lin Meng's pretty face turned pale. Of course. She knew the consequence of offending this great elder. She hurriedly served the tea, bowed, and apologized. You should know that if Tianxing hadn't begged me again and again, I wouldn't have let him marry a concubine's daughter like you. Your Lin clan should be grateful. Yin Jiangchun snorted and didn't take the tea from Lin Meng. Meng, hurry up and kowtow to the first elder and admit your mistake. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. He really couldn't understand what this concubine's daughter was thinking. Marrying Yin Tianqing was a great honor for the Lin family. Was there something wrong with Lin Meng's brain? Why did she look so reluctant? In fact, it wasn't that Lin Meng was unwilling. If she was given some time, she would probably forget that unreachable figure in her heart. But now, she really couldn't forget that peerless young man in white who was arrogant and unyielding. Even though she knew that she was not good enough for Ling Xiao, but being a servant girl by his side was still much better than living in this wilderness, right? Grand Elder! Grand Elder! At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation outside the Lin clan's door. Yin Zhengchun frowned slightly. Turning his head, he saw a red-clothed Fire Cloud sect disciple running in with a panicked expression. What are you doing here? Did something happen to the Fire Cloud sect? Grand Elder, Sect Master, is dead. What? Yin Jingchuan's figure suddenly stood up with a trace of intense shock in his eyes. When did this happen? Yesterday, before he went down the mountain, this Fire Cloud sect disciple was still alive and kicking and bragging to him. How could he be dead in just half a day? I don't know. Anyway, the second elder suddenly sent a message saying that Sect Master has fallen. Now, the Fire Cloud sect is holding a funeral. That Fire Cloud sect disciple was actually in a daze. From yesterday to today, there hadn't been any shocking battle in the Fire Cloud sect. With the sect master's body, there shouldn't be any problem living for another 180 years. Why did the second elder suddenly give the order to hold a funeral for the sect master? Grand Elder, my condolences. When the Lin clan's people heard this, their faces were a little ugly. What was going on? Today was Yin Tianqing's wedding, but the Fire Cloud sect master died. In the eyes of outsiders, didn't this mean that Lin Meng had cursed the old sect master to death? Inauspicious, inauspicious. Moreover, the Fire Cloud sect's deterrence in this area would definitely decrease in the future. As such, Lin Meng suddenly hesitated. If he knew this would happen, he would have let Lin Meng marry the old city lord. But at this moment, the Lin clan's people's faces were filled with sorrow. Old sect master, why did you pass away? The Fire Cloud sect has lost such a pillar. What will happen in the future? Each of them cried more realistically than their own sons. Crying hammer, this is simply a double blessing. But what was surprising was that Yin Zhengchen was only stunned for a moment before his old face surged with joy. The heavens are helping me. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to survive the Fire Cloud sect master in his lifetime. He didn't expect that this be *starred would actually die by himself. As such, who else in the Fire Cloud sect could be his opponent? Wonderful. Could this Lin Meng be the Yin clan's lucky star? The gloominess on Yin Jingchuan's face instantly dissipated, and he actually took the initiative to reach out and support Lin Meng, who was stunned on the spot. Kiki, I am very satisfied with this girl. How about this? Today's Tianqing's wedding will be held together with this sect master's coronation. You go back and inform the second elder to quickly finish the funeral and prepare for the ceremony. Yin Zhengchen was proud of his success as he casually threw a pill to the Fire Cloud sect disciple. Well done. Thank you, Grand Elder. Although the Fire Cloud sect disciple was a little confused, when he saw the pill, he immediately threw the old sect master's death to the back of his mind and turned to run out of the hall. At this moment, the sadness on the faces of the Lin clan members instantly froze. Immediately, there was a thunderous applause as congratulatory voices rose and fell one after another. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Congratulations, Grand Elder. In the future, the Fire Cloud sect will belong to Grand Elder. Slap. But before the Lin clan members could finish their words, Lin Yuan suddenly raised his hand and slapped the Lin clan disciple who was shouting the loudest to the ground. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Jingchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw that Lin Yuan had already walked to his side and respectfully poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Congratulations, sect master. Today, you have achieved the supreme position. The Lin clan will rely on you in the future. Damn. Shameless. He was indeed the Lin clan master. His skin was so thick that it was almost comparable to the #1 playboy in the eastern border, Lord Ling Xiao. Oh, perhaps this is my fate. Lin Meng sighed softly in her heart. With the death of the old sect master, there was no one in the entire Fire Cloud sect who could suppress Yin Zhengchen and his grandson. Only Yin Tianqing's face was slightly gloomy. Why did the sect master suddenly die? A faint trace of uneasiness quietly spread in his heart. Oh, what are you so happy about? Why don't you tell me so that I can be happy too? At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded in the sky above the Lin clan. Chapter 178. A few breaths ago, in the sky above Flaming Cloud City, demonic aura surged and black clouds pressed down. In the direction of the city lord mansion, a towering figure instantly rose into the sky. The aura around him spread out, and he had actually reached the Paong realm. No, no, no. May I know why my lord is here? Qi Dongqiang, the city lord of Flaming Cloud City, stood in the air and looked at the terrifying dragon shadow in front of him in horror. His face had already lost all color. A great demon. This aura was definitely that of a great demon. But why did this dragon race expert suddenly come to his Flaming Cloud City? This was the eastern border where birds did not shit. There was no wealth or treasure here. Could it be that this lord was here to eat people? Hiss! Chi Dongqiang felt that his pants were wet, but the moment he finished speaking, the demonic dragon's figure disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a young man in white slowly walked over from the air. There was a cold expression on his face. Chi Dongqiang rubbed his eyes. When the young man's figure walked in front of him, the doubt on his face completely froze. You are that Ling. Chi Dongqiang stuttered for a long time. He was so shocked that he even forgot Ling Zhao's name. He directly knelt in the air with a plop, his entire body trembling non-stop. I didn't know that my lord was coming. I didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive me, my lord. At this moment he could feel that his pants were really wet. When a great demon of the demon race descended, he still had a trace of courage to face it. After all, the Fire Cloud sect survived by relying on the Skywater sect. Although that sect was not a supreme orthodoxy, it was still an ancient sect. Thinking about it, that demonic dragon would not dare to be too rampant here. However, the person in front of him was the greatest devil incarnate in the eastern border. He easily killed people and drank blood. Rape and plunder were even easier for him. His fierce name could stop children from crying at night. Not only were Chi Dongqiang's pants wet, but his face was also wet. Woo, 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 woo. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao had no intention of paying attention to him. With a sweep of his divine sense, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. This, before Chi Dongqiang could relax, the space in the distance rippled again. Then the Skywater sect master, Shui Jing, and the Fire Cloud sect master appeared in front of him. Gulp, sect master. Taoist brother Fire Cloud, why are you here? Humph, it's all because of that bastard Yin Zhengchen. This time he's really done me in. Shui Jing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Today he was cultivating in the sect when he sensed a terrifying devil, Qi, sweeping across the sky from afar. So he raised his head to take a look. In the end, what he saw almost scared his soul out of his body. The successor of the Ling people was chasing after Taoist Huiyun. How could Shui Jing dare hesitate? He immediately executed his ability to stop Taoist Huiyun with the intention of upholding justice and killing Taoist Huiyun as an apology to the young master. Who would have thought, sect? Sect master, shut your mouth. I'll give you a number. Go and prepare 100,000 spirit stones as an apology to the young master. Shui Jing took a deep breath and did not give the Flaming Cloud City lord a chance to complain. He hurriedly chased after Ling Xiao and landed in the Lin family. At the same time, hearing the chuckle from above, everyone in the Lin family was stunned and immediately cursed. Who dares to be so arrogant in my Lin family? Do you not want to live anymore? If it was in the past, they would not dare to have such guts. But now, with the Fire Cloud sect master, Yin Zhengchen, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. But at this moment, hearing the gentle and low voice, Lin Meng's face suddenly froze and her beautiful eyes widened. What a familiar voice! How could it be? Is it the young master? The young master really came? No, it must be an illusion. Why would the young master come for a wild girl like me? Gulp. Beside her, Yin Tianqing's body trembled and suddenly fell to the ground. Tianqing, what's wrong with you? Yin Zhengchen was dumbfounded and shouted angrily, Damn it, where did this scoundrel come from? How dare he be so impudent in my Fire Cloud sect? The Fire Cloud sect master is here. Hurry up and show yourself. Lin Yuan also shouted angrily. showing the demeanor of a clan master. But the moment his voice fell, a white figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Although there was not the slightest fluctuation on his body, the pair of deep eyes made the whole space stagnate. Who are you? How could a clan master like Ling Yuan know what Ling Xiao looked like? But at this moment, Yin Jingchuan's old face instantly became sluggish. Then, under the shocked eyes of the Lin family, he directly knelt on the ground with a plop and slapped himself crazily. This old man deserves to die. This old man deserves to die. Slap, 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 slap. The whole hall was dead silent. Only the sound of Yin Jingchuan's slapping was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Grand Elder, is this slapping? Buzz. The space rippled, and the figures of Shui Jing and the fire cloud sect master appeared. But before Lin Yuan and the others could bow to greet them, they were stunned to see that the two cultivation giants who were suppressing the place were actually kneeling in front of the young man. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Yuan's eyelids rolled, and he directly fainted on the ground. The rest of the Lin family members also fell to the ground one by one, and their faces were already pale. They did not know Ling Xiao, but they knew Shui Jing. In the territory of the Fire Cloud Mountain, he was worthy of the title of God, and his majesty was not to be offended. But now, the god in their eyes actually knelt in front of a young man, and judging from the expression on his face, he knelt with pride. Young master, it is the Sky Water Sect's honor to have you here. But today's matter. Before Shui Jing's voice trailed off, Ling Xiao had already lifted his feet and stepped in front of Lin Meng. With a gentle look, he said, I heard that today is your wedding, so I came to take a look. Burp. Lin Yuan, who had just been slapped awake by his clansmen, saw this scene and almost fainted on the ground again. No, I can't faint. Even if I die today, I have to protect the Lin family. Hurry. Hurry up. Come and deal with me for young master to liven things up. Young master. Lin Meng's eyes reddened, and all the grievances in her heart disappeared into thin air. She never thought that young master would come when she was at her lowest and most desperate. Why are you crying? Today is your big day, and I didn't prepare any gifts. Ling Xiao was still smiling very gently. In his mind, the system's beautiful voice slowly rang out. Young master. Lin Meng gritted her teeth and turned to look at Yin Tianqing, who was scared to the point of shitting and urinating. Suddenly, she knelt in front of Ling Xiao. What are you doing? Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but a trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes. The daughter of a concubine from a small clan is so easy to tame. Look at you. You've never seen the world before. If Nian Qingyin was as pure and obedient as her, would Ling Xiao have to drug her time and time again? Although it was comfortable to have feelings for her after a long time, it was easy to feel weak after too much. Young master, I don't want your gift. I just want you to take me away. Beep, congratulations on the girl of destiny completely submitting. Host's luck points increased by 500 points. Villain points increased by 500 points. Beep, congratulations on triggering an additional reward. Host has received a luck plunder card. There's an additional reward? Is it because Lin Meng completely submitted? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, but when Lin Meng saw this scene, her small face instantly turned pale, and bitter tears flowed down her cheeks. As expected, young master is just on a whim and doesn't really want to take me with him. Chapter 179. In that case, Yi Qingchan and Bai Jishi have not completely submitted to me? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He could understand Bai Jishi. After all, it was just a divine soul engraving. It could only subtly influence her state of mind. As for Yi Qingchan, could it be because of that innate wisdom? Ling Xiao instantly understood the whole story. Subduing a destined woman was the same as killing a destined son. In the end, there would be an additional reward. But Lin Meng was just a person with little luck. Why didn't she get an additional reward when Qin Lung submitted? Could it be that she still had secrets? As for this luck-plundering talisman, Ling Xiao knew what it was for without thinking. Directly killing a child of destiny would allow one to plunder all of their luck and rewards. Good stuff. In that case, Ling Xiao did not need to waste his energy to scheme against them. However, this item could not be exchanged in the store and could only be used once. Ling Xiao had to choose his target carefully to maximize the benefits. Young master, Lin Meng has overstepped her boundaries. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, Lin Meng's face suddenly had a look of death. Today, she had revealed her love for Ling Xiao in front of Yin Zhengchen and his grandson. With their temperament, they would definitely not let her go. It might even implicate the entire Lin family. In that case, she might as well die and end this grudge. Ling Xiao's expression turned cold, especially when he saw the determination on Lin Meng's face. The corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a smile. Are you really willing to follow me? Young master? The despair on Lin Meng's face suddenly froze. She immediately nodded fiercely. As long as young master doesn't mind, Lin Meng is willing to be a servant and follow young master forever and serve young master. Good. Then pack up and prepare to return to the sect with me. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He was one step closer to having many people together. Oh, right. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes in Flaming Cloud City? After leaving this time, you might not return for a long time. Wish. Lin Meng frowned slightly. Finally, she fixed her eyes on a woman in plain clothes in the crowd. Young master, my mother is a servant of the Lin clan. Could you, young master? Sect master. Outside the hall, a sorrowful cry was heard. Flaming Cloud City Lord Qi Dongqiang scrambled over and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. He held up a universe bag with both hands. Welcome, young master. Here are 100,000 spirit stones. I hope young master will kindly accept it. Oh, you sure know your place. How about this? In the future, this Madame Lin will be the Flaming Cloud City Lord. All of you will have to respect her. Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged woman. Her cultivation was only at the void spirit realm, so she had no value. In this way, it would be better to let her stay here and live a peaceful life, and it could be considered as fulfilling one of Lin Meng's wishes. In this way, the latter would have even more reason to devote himself to him until his death. Since ancient times, there were only a few methods used by kings and saints. Only by bestowing riches and good fortune, and protecting the family of loyal dogs, and protecting them would people be willing to risk their lives for you. Yes, Madame Lin. In the future, you will be the Flaming Cloud City Lord, and we will all be at your disposal. Even if Qi Dongqiang was unwilling, he did not dare to show it at all. To be able to keep his life in the hands of the young master was already a great fortune for him. As for the great elder, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. Young master, this Yin Zhengchen was plotting to usurp the throne and replace the Fire Cloud sect master. Such a person cannot be left alive. In the direction of the Lin family, there were waves of sorrowful cries. They were afraid. They were afraid that once the Lord Ling Xiao left, if Yin Zhengchen wanted to take revenge, no one in the Lin family would be able to escape from his evil hands except for the second madam. Oh, I didn't plan to keep him. Ling Xiao said calmly. His fingers suddenly stretched out, and an unparalleled sword intent instantly tore through the space. Before Yin Zhengchen could react, he was horrified to see that his head seemed to have fallen off. Plop! A thick smell of blood spread out, and the entire Lin family instantly fell into a state of depression. Invincible immortal beauty. In this world there are countless geniuses, but only this descendant of the Ling people dared to call himself invincible. Burp. Looking at his decapitated grandfather, Yin Tianqing rolled his eyes and fell to the ground in fright. "Let's go." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, held Lin Meng's hand, and turned to walk out of the hall. When this matter was over, should he go and see that cheap brother of his? Young master, it's rare for you to come to my flaming cloud city. Don't you want to have a meal before leaving? Shui Jing and the others followed closely behind Ling Xiao, their eyes full of reluctance. "Oh." Ling Xiao paused and raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the smile on Shui Jing's face froze for a moment. F***CK. This devil incarnate wouldn't be so unyielding, right? Every moment Ling Xiao stayed in Flaming Cloud City was another moment of torture for Shui Jing and the others. Being with a king was like being with a tiger, but being with Lord Ling Xiao was like being with the king of hell. If you don't believe me, take a look. Even when Yin Zhengchen died, he still didn't understand why he could see his own corpse. Now that you mention it, I remember. Flaming Cloud sect leader, if you don't go back now, I'm afraid you won't even be able to make it in time for your own funeral. Ling Xiao smiled and reached out to pull Lin Meng in front of him. Flowy, whoosh! A black shadow suddenly poked its head out from Ling Xiao's crotch. A pair of big black eyes were blurred, as if it hadn't woken up yet. Ever since it took the 6th grade pill, Flowy seemed to have become extremely sleepy. According to Ling Xiao's guess, this should be the legendary pill that hadn't been fully digested. Ah, there's a dragon head in young master's crotch. Lin Meng was shocked and exclaimed while covering her mouth. Hearing this, Ling Xiao shook his head. You're wrong. There are two. Lin Meng's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. However, when she saw the evil smile on Ling Xiao's face, her heart started to beat rapidly. Let's go. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and Flowy's figure instantly soared into the sky. It turned into a 100-zhang huge figure and carried Ling Xiao away. Dragon, devil dragon. The entire Flaming Cloud City instantly fell into a state of panic, especially some of the mortals. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they pleaded. Foolish and ignorant creatures always place their hopes on immortals and gods. They didn't know that if immortals had feelings, how could they cut off their fetters and achieve the great Tao of ruthlessness? This is the so-called Son of Heaven. Lin Meng looked at the handsome young man who was holding her with one hand and standing on the dragon head with his hands behind his back. Once upon a time, she also had a vision. The person I love is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will come riding on a dragon and bring me far away. Now, this dream seemed to have come true. Of course, if Ling Xiao knew what she was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud again. Son of Heaven? Unparalleled hero? I'm sorry, stinky sister. The appearance you like is all an act. Chapter 180. Demonic clouds gathered in the eastern border. Those small mountain sects that had just relaxed their vigilance once again became incomparably terrified. F***CK. How can this demonic dragon be so arrogant? It has already circled the eastern border twice. Is there no one in the eastern border who can teach this bastard a lesson? Of course, those who said this kind of bullshit were usually ants with low cultivation bases and shallow horizons. They only knew how to look at the big picture and start to whine when they saw a spot. The truly powerful ones had already seen the couple standing on the dragon's head with their hands behind their backs. No, they didn't know if the woman was a dog or not. But the man, hiss, hiss, hiss. It couldn't be said. Young master, is this dragon real? Lin Meng looked at the flower under her feet and carefully leaned into Ling Xiao's arms. She hesitated whether she should put her head on young master's chest. Ling Xiao seemed to have sensed something. He reached out to touch Lin Meng's face and took her into his arms. Lin Meng's heart trembled. She felt her whole body go soft. Everything that happened today was like a dream to her. She was originally a girl from a small clan in a mountain city. She met this peerless young master in Sunset City. She didn't expect that she would be favored by young master. It had to be said that fate was a very strange thing. Uft, fate, if it wasn't for the 1,000 points of fate on you, how do you think you could stand out from all the other girls? Because you haven't seen the world? Of course it's real. This is a pure-blooded Bugatti Veyron. It only takes 2 breaths to accelerate 100 meters. Ling Xiao nodded. Lin Meng's face turned serious. She didn't understand what young master said, but she felt that this dragon was powerful just by hearing the name. You practiced alchemy when you were in the Fire Cloud sect? Ling Xiao smiled. Since Lin Meng liked the divine cauldron, she must have some attainments in alchemy. He just didn't know where her 1,000 points of fate came from. Master said that I was born with an extremely strong affinity towards flames. That's why he encouraged me to study alchemy. But my natural talent is stupid. I have never been able to achieve anything in alchemy. Lin Meng pursed her red lips. Her beautiful eyes had a trace of inferiority. Her talent was not high. Presently, she had just stepped into the Soul Sea Realm too. With her current cultivation, she could only be considered a burden to the young master. After all, Goddess Nian was a peerless genius of the eastern border, and thinking of this, Lin Meng felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Therefore, it was hard to say whether love would disappear or not. However, a person's desires would definitely expand as their status increased. Only those who were smart would be able to conceal it. As for those who were not smart, they would generally be dead. Affinity with fire? Ling Xiao was stunned. Originally, he had planned to send Lin Meng to the Dan Origin Holy Land so that his mother could personally guide her in alchemy. However, after hearing what she said, Ling Xiao suddenly had some thoughts in his mind. Affinity with fire? What about that pair of spiritual fires? Could it be that her luck was related to fire? Ling Xiao casually clenched his fist. The green demonic ancient cauldron instantly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a wisp of strange, scorching wave quietly spread out. Lin Meng's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Her jade-like hand lightly covered her small mouth. Her face was slightly flushed because of excitement. This expression, as expected, there was hope. No wonder this Lin Meng would appear in the Sunset Sacred Mountain. It turned out that she was somewhat related to this undying heart flame. What's wrong with you? Ling Xiao's lips curled up slightly. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, Young master, I feel that there is something in this cauldron that is calling me. Lin Meng exclaimed. She looked as if she had never seen the world before. Damn, the chosen one was summoned by a divine object. Wasn't this a plot that had been written too many times in novels? Even Ling Xiao's initial trip to the northern wilderness was also due to the summoning of the demonic thought in his sea of consciousness. However, he was not the chosen one. If it were not for the Taoist armor in the system gift bag, he would have been killed by the ancient remnant soul in one blow. However, the providence in Lin Meng's body was real. However, her cultivation was only at the Soul Sea realm. There was no grandpa in the ring to impart the burning scripture to her. How could she control this spiritual fire? Not to mention a person with the Soul Sea realm. Even with Ling Xiao's cultivation, he would not dare to rashly integrate it into his body. However, a trace of coldness flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes quietly. Since this Lin Meng had providence in her body, she would not die so easily. Why not? Let her try. Perhaps in the future, she would become the new Flame Emperor? This time, ice and fire were complete. If Yi Qingchan and Lin Meng could be together. He, young master. Don't talk. Hold me tight. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and gently kicked Floey's head. Let's go to the Dan Origin sacred ground. Hurry up. Roar. The loud and clear dragon roar instantly resounded through thousands of miles. At this time in the mountains and rivers under Ling Zhao's feet, all the demon beasts looked up with fear in their eyes. When they saw the demonic figure that tore through the air, their legs trembled and they crawled on the ground. Oh my God, it's too scary. Is that the power of a true dragon? Dan origin, sacred ground? Isn't that the most powerful Dan sect in the eastern border? Could it be? Lin Meng's pretty face froze slightly, with a faint trace of expectation. She naturally knew Ling Zhao's background very well. Could it be that young master is taking me to see his mother? Sob, sob, sob. With flowy speed, in just half an hour, the outline of the Dan Origin Sacred Hall appeared at the end of Ling Zhao's sight. At this time, feeling the majestic demon aura descending from the sky, in the sacred ground, many elders and experts walked out of their cave residences and looked into the air with a trace of strong vigilance in their eyes. Where did this evil beast come from? How dare you be so presumptuous in my Dan Origin sacred ground? Moon of Xianyuan, dressed in a red robe, stood in front of the hall with his hands behind his back. The pressure of a god emperor spread out with a bang, causing the whole space to begin to collapse on its own. Chaos had arrived, and no one in the Xingzhou was exempt. However, Moon of Xianyuan did not expect that the Dan Origin sacred ground would become the first orthodoxy of the demon race to descend. Is that young master's mother? She is indeed the first empress of the eastern border. She is really impressive. Lin Meng's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, but there was an inexplicable nervousness in her heart. Ah, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. His figure flashed and directly swept down from Floey's head. There is someone else. Elders, follow me and kill him. In front of the hall, a gray-haired old man waved his hand. Suddenly, several elders of the Dan sect with terrifying auras walked out from behind him. Their bodies lit up and they were about to rush towards Ling Xiao. Elders, don't do it. He is one of us. Even with Ling Zhao's current means, being locked on by the consciousness of several great god kings at the same time still caused a trace of cold sweat to flow out of his head unconsciously. Hearing this, Moon of Xuanyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. When he looked up again, Ling Xiao and Lin Meng's figures had already descended from the sky. The demonic dragon with surging demon aura suddenly turned into a stream of light and burrowed into Ling Zhao's crotch. Xiao, Moon of Xianyuan was stunned and hurriedly stopped the group of elders who were sharpening their swords. However, when he looked at Ling Xiao, there was a different kind of deep meaning in his eyes. Brought another one? Although this girl was not as beautiful as the previous one, her buttocks were quite big. Yes, she could give birth. Being stared at by Moon of Xianyuan like this, Lin Meng's pretty face turned red and she hurriedly lowered her head with a flustered expression. Mother, this is Miss Lin Meng. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. How could he not see the trace of craftiness in Moon of Xuanyuan's eyes? He immediately sighed softly in his heart. As expected, no matter how powerful a parent's cultivation is, what they hope for in their hearts is just this kind of thing. Chapter 181. Holy Lord! Lin Meng's face was red as she called out timidly. All right. Xiao! How come you have time to visit me today? The Moon of Xianyuan curled her lips and glared at Ling Xiao. Little ancestor, when you said you wanted to build up your foundation, did you mean you wanted to subdue beautiful ladies? Moreover, Yi Qingchan had comprehended the Tao law. However, apart from her gentle personality, the Moon of Xianyuan could not see anything special about her. Could it be that she was talented in other aspects? The Moon of Xuanyuan's eyes became more playful as she thought of this. Can't I visit you when I have nothing to do? Ling Xiao chuckled. He held Lin Meng's hand and walked towards the main hall. However, Mother, I am here today because I need your help with something. I knew you were not so filial. The moon of Xianyuan shook her head. Although she sounded helpless, her tone was full of affection. Even if Ling Xiao said he was going to conquer some supreme orthodoxy in the future, the moon of Xianyuan would not frown. A loving mother would spoil her son. When the three of them entered the main hall, Ling Xiao's expression turned serious. He waved his hand, and the green demonic ancient cauldron appeared instantly. Faintly, a trace of a strange and terrifying scorching aura quietly pervaded the air. This fluctuation is the spiritual fire. The moon of Xuanyuan's eyes narrowed. However, Lin Meng's beautiful face became blurry again. The kind of summoning appeared again. That's right, Mother. I plan to give this spiritual fire to Lin Meng. With my strength, I am afraid I will not be able to suppress it completely later. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The moon of Xianyuan was an expert in playing with fire. With her protection, Lin Meng would have a higher chance of controlling the undying heart flame. Even if she really suffered a backlash from the spiritual fire, Ling Xiao would also need someone to seal her in the ancient cauldron again. She was indeed weak. If not for Ling Xiao's carelessness, she would have already fallen on Sunset Peak. But he was good at playing with fire. Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious when dealing with such a spirit creature that was born from the world's origin energy. Give this spirit flame to this girl. For a moment, the moon of Xianyuan thought that Ling Xiao wanted to kill Lin Meng quietly. No matter how many tricks a soul sea cultivator had up his sleeves, how could he possibly withstand the might of a heaven and earth spirit fire? In fact, with the moon of Xuanyuan's strength, although it was not difficult for her to suppress the spirit fire, to truly control it was not an easy task. Hand it to me? Lin Meng's pretty face froze. She wasn't scared. Instead, she looked excited and expectant. That's right. But Lin Meng, this flame is extremely terrifying. Even I don't dare to touch it easily. You decide how to deal with it yourself. Ling Xiao nodded. There was also a trace of seriousness between his eyebrows, especially now that Lin Meng had completely surrendered to him. If she died, it would be a loss for Ling Xiao. At the very least, his previous efforts would be in vain. Young master, I want to try. Lin Meng gritted her teeth. The call in her mind became louder and more urgent. She didn't know why, but she always had a feeling that the spiritual fire in front of her might be her chance to change her fate. Now, she had fulfilled her wish of following Ling Xiao. However, with her strength, not to mention Yan Qinyan, she was even weaker than Fu Yinyao. How could she win the favor of the young master? Okay, since you have made up your mind. Mother, Ling Xiao nodded. He looked at the moon of Xianyuan with a serious face. Ah, okay. The latter sighed. She really didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. Why couldn't such a beautiful girl give birth to a child? Why did he have to burn her to death? She was a soul sea cultivator and didn't understand the terror of the spiritual fire. The moon of Xianyuan didn't believe that Ling Xiao didn't know. Of course, even if Ling Xiao wanted to tie up the saints and young masters of the supreme orthodoxy and burn them to death, she wouldn't have the slightest objection, let alone a soul sea cultivator. At most, she would just fight. In the Shenzhou eastern border, the moon of Xianyuan didn't have too many people and forces to be wary of. Get ready. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He changed the seal in his hand. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy spread out from his body. The ancient and strange runes on the green, demonic ancient cauldron suddenly flickered. A trace of faintly discernible and terrifying heat suddenly surged into the hall. Be careful! The moon of Xuanyuan's expression changed when she felt the terrifying heat that seemed to burn from the bottom of her heart. Her aura rolled out from her body. It was as if the stars were falling and the heavens were turning upside down. It instantly enveloped the ancient cauldron. Buzz! An ear-piercing buzzing sound suddenly resounded. A slightly illusory ball of white cold flame on the ancient cauldron kept jumping and changing its appearance from time to time. The surrounding space collapsed layer by layer, turning into extreme darkness. It seemed as if the universe was evolving. Be careful! At this moment, the white cold flame suddenly stopped for a moment. Then it turned into an afterimage, pierced through the void, and enveloped Lin Meng. Ling Zhao's expression turned serious. Just as he was about to suppress it, he saw Lin Meng's expression turn blurry. She stretched out her hand and touched the flame. Are you summoning me? Buzz! The undying heart flame suddenly stopped in midair. Although its power was terrifying, it was no longer as fierce and domineering as before. When the moon of Xianyuan saw this scene, the serious expression on her face had already turned dull. This was the first time she saw such a ferocious flame of heaven and earth showing signs of closeness to someone. As expected, the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth lifted into a playful smile. With Lin Meng's luck, if she did not meet him, it would be impossible for her to come into contact with the undying heart flame. In other words, even if she entered the remains, she would most likely become Lin Shi's stepping stone. The chosen one would step on countless vengeful souls and reach the peak of heaven and earth. This was the law of heaven. However, because of Ling Xiao, this anomaly, everything became interesting. Are you willing to be with me? Are you not willing to return to the ancient cauldron? Lin Meng covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. The latter only smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the green, demonic ancient cauldron instantly returned to a sea of consciousness. This cauldron was related to the old grandpa in Lin Shi's body. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not plan to give it to anyone for the time being. Moreover, a spirit flame of heaven and earth was already a great fortune for Lin Meng. As for whether she would be able to obtain Ling Zhao's love, it would of course depend on her own efforts. All right, if you are willing to follow me, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Meng smiled sweetly. The undying heart flame instantly turned into a flowing light and entered her sea of consciousness. Buzz! The sound of great Tao resounded. Lin Meng's miserable shriek was also extremely mournful. Ling Xiao stood at the side with his hands behind his back. He coldly looked at the figure wrapped in the cold flame. His expression remained calm. Chapter 182. Ling Xiao already knew where Lin Meng's luck came from. She was close to flames because of her special physique, but it had never been awakened. Now, as the spiritual fire entered her body, Lin Meng's aura suddenly became turbulent and showed signs of entering the Xianqing realm. At the same time, an inexplicable power of heaven and earth quietly shrouded the entire hall. Obviously, there were earth-shaking changes happening in Lin Meng's body. The spiritual fire merged on its own. This creation was really tempting. Moreover, Lin Shi merged with the spiritual fire because of the cultivation method taught by his grandfather, but Lin Meng did it because of her special physique. Comparing the two, Lin Meng's compatibility with the spiritual fire was more terrifying. A female version of Yendi? Wonderful. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, but the moon of Xianyuan suddenly looked at him with a complicated expression. She didn't know when it started, but this sacred lord of Danyuan seemed to be unable to see through her sun. It was as if every woman around him had some sort of terrifying talent. For the first time, the moon of Xianyuan felt that he wasn't just talking about accumulating his own foundation. Mother, I need a group of strong cultivators in the next few days. How could Ling Xiao not know what the moon of Xianyuan was thinking? It was just that the matter of the system involved too many people, and he felt that it was better if fewer people knew about it. Xiao, or what are you going to do? The moon of Xianyuan frowned. She hadn't heard of Ling Xiao causing any big trouble recently. Suddenly asking for people made her a little nervous. She wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would provoke forces that he shouldn't. She was really afraid that he would be in danger. Mother, you don't have to worry. I'm just here to add flowers to brocade. Naturally, there will be others to do the rest. Ling Xiao grinned, and demonic intent rolled in his eyes. Okay, you can assign all the divine kings of the sacred Lord of Danyuan. Although the moon of Shenyuan was still a little worried, she saw the changes in Ling Xiao's body. When a child grew up, he would eventually have his own plans and secrets. As his mother, it wasn't appropriate for her to interfere too much. At most, she would appear in the end and help him settle all the difficulties. Thank you, Mother. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Lin Meng again. At this moment, her aura had gradually stabilized. A scorching power that was several times more terrifying than before was surging through his bones and blood vessels. Great Spirit Fire Body. Sure enough, it was similar to what Ling Xiao had guessed. Innate affinity with fire was either a matter of constitution or bloodline. What a profit! Although this great spirit fire body was not as strong as Nian Qingyun's primal chaos spirit body, according to Ling Xiao's thoughts, as long as she could integrate more spiritual fire, Lin Meng's divine body would evolve further. As for the plot, all stories were similar. Xiao, this young lady, do you plan to? Mother, your Danyuan sacred ground still doesn't have a saintess, right? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. The moon of Xuanyuan's eyes immediately narrowed. Then she glared at him fiercely. You little bastard, you're even thinking about this old lady. Hee, Mother, Lin Meng was born with a fire body. Her control of fire is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Before, she had not awakened. Now that she has integrated with this undying heart flame, her cultivation will inevitably have a great breakthrough. Under Mother's careful guidance, in the future, she will definitely be of great use to me. No, she will definitely be of great use to the Danyuan sacred ground. Ling Xiao's smile was a little evil. The moon of Shenyuan was indeed the #1 alchemist in the Eastern Territory. She was also a divine emperor, but her identity was destined to have many restrictions. The so-called foundation and background were secondary. The most important thing was what kind of power he had in his hands. Lin Meng had now completely surrendered. Even if she took charge of the Danyuan sacred ground in the future, Ling Xiao would naturally be relieved. Hey, Xiao. In fact, why did you push her to me? As long as you want, Mother can give you control of the Danyuan sacred ground at any time. Humph! Although my Danyuan sacred ground is a sect, it only has one descendant. All decisions are made by the sacred leader alone. It is not like some sects where a patriarch does not care about anything and has to get the support of the other 9 branches to choose a successor. The moon of Xianyuan coldly snorted, and there was a trace of resentment on her beautiful face. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was stunned, but he couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. The main reason for the conflict between his father and mother was his cheap brother. This was also the reason why he hesitated at first. Once Ling Tian was killed, this matter would become a dead knot. I am a villain, but I am not a beast. Even if I am not their biological son, Ling Tianlin and the moon of Xuanyuan's doting on me is obvious to the naked eye. It seems that I should think of a way to solve the problem of Ling Tian. Mother, I left Lin Meng by your side because I wanted to find someone to accompany you. You can forget about it. I gave birth to this thing myself. How can I not know what kind of virtue she has? Since you trust her, I will naturally teach her with all my heart. At the very least, she will not be worse than Yi Qingchan. Before Ling Xiao finished speaking, the moon of Shenyuan had already interrupted him with a sneer. Oh no. The tone of his mother's words already had a taste of comparison. It seems that Lin Meng's life in the future will not be easy. You stay here with her. I will go and inform a few God King elders. They will be at your disposal at any time in the next few days." The moon of Xianyuan stepped out, and her figure instantly disappeared on the spot. And Ling Xiao looked at the graceful figure that was still shrouded in flames, sat cross-legged on the spot, and silently opened the system. Now, his luck had reached 3,800 points. Although the villain points were used by him for cultivation, in just one day he had accumulated 10,000 points. Cultivation was not a big problem for Ling Xiao, but now there was a problem that had been bothering Ling Xiao. Could these luck points eventually become a bargaining chip for him to achieve a true body of luck? One night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, just as the sky brightened, black clouds suddenly pressed down on the sky above the Danyuan sacred ground. A heart-palpitating, scorching power surged. If it were not for the means set up by the moon of Xianyuan in the main hall, perhaps just this power alone would be enough to make many disciples of the sacred ground lose their minds. Ling Xiao looked at the cracked floor of the main hall with a calm expression, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as expected of the great spirit fire body. Once the spiritual fire was integrated, the true talent was completely revealed. Middle stage, Xianqing, 2,000 points of luck. In just one night, Lin Meng had the same identity as Ling Tian and the others. This was probably the reason why he had received the extra reward that day, right? But in comparison, Nian Qingyun's 10,000 points of luck seemed a little terrifying. Chapter 183. Young Master. Lin Meng's soft voice interrupted Ling Xiao's contemplation. However, the moment he raised his head to look, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, what appeared in front of him was another perfect and graceful body. Her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was exquisite and graceful. Especially her slender waist, her perfectly round and slender legs were simply too alluring. Gulp. This world is really strange. If you want to break through, so be it. Why do you always tempt me like this? I am not Lu Xiaohui. What can I do? If I don't look, won't it seem like I don't respect you? Young master, I broke through. Ling Xiao swallowed hard and looked Lin Meng up and down. Although this young girl's appearance was not comparable to Nian Qingyun's, her figure was not inferior at all. Very good, very good. Feeling Ling Xiao's gaze, Lin Meng's pretty face was stunned. When she lowered her head to look, she suddenly lost her voice and exclaimed, "Ah!" Monstrous flames swept out in an instant and condensed into a fiery red dress around Lin Meng's body. It set off her graceful figure and made her even more alluring. However, her flushed and shy little face was like a ripe cherry, making one unable to resist the urge to have a taste. Cough, cough, very good. I didn't expect your body to be so special that it could make the heaven and earth spirit fire submit to it. Ling Xiao's face was still calm and even faintly dignified. Seeing this, Lin Meng suddenly panicked. Does young master think I did it on purpose? A righteous person like him would definitely not like a woman who is too flirtatious. What should I do? How should I explain this to young master? Lin Meng, in the future, cough, cough, you can stay in the Dan Origin sacred ground for the time being. My mother will teach you alchemy and cultivation with all her heart. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at the moon of Xianyuan who was walking in from outside the main hall. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Young master, you mean the sacred leader will personally teach me cultivation? Lin Meng covered her red lips with her jade-like hand. Her small face was filled with shock. She was originally a disciple of an unremarkable sect in the eastern border of the Shangzhou continent. In fact, he didn't even manage to become a true disciple of that small sect. Not to mention the moon of Xianyuan, who was a top-notch emperor god expert in the eastern border. She had only seen the Fire Cloud sect master once, and that was on the first day of entering the sect. But now, she was actually fortunate enough to cultivate with a god emperor. What kind of heavenly glory was this? And all of this was given to him by the Lord Ling Xiao. That's right. In the future, you will stay by my side. I will teach you alchemy and cultivation. I hope you will not betray Xiao Er's trust. The moon of Xianyuan nodded coldly. Even though Lin Meng had awakened the great spirit fire body, she was still a weak ant in her eyes. In this world, talent was one thing, but achievement was another. If he wanted to be respected by others, he had to reach the peak. Lin Meng, on the other hand, was still far from that level. Of course, if it were Ling Xiao, cultivation, or whatever, it wouldn't matter. The moon of Xianyuan would give him whatever he wanted. Even if she couldn't give him anything, she would definitely find something else to replace it. Yes, Holy Lord! Lin Meng clenched her silver teeth and secretly swore that she would not let young master down. For a lowly mountain city girl like me, young master must have begged the Holy Lord for a long time. At this time, she probably didn't realize that with her current cultivation and means, even in the entire Shenzhou continent, she could definitely be called a top-notch genius. Well, I still have some things to do. You can rest assured and cultivate here. If there's nothing else, I will come and see you. Ling Xiao raised his hand and gently rubbed Lin Meng's little head, then turned and walked out of the hall. Mother, I'm going to see Qingchan, then return to the sect. Little brat, do you still see me as your mother? The moon of Xianyuan snorted coldly. Suddenly, a mysterious light lit up in her hand, and she threw it at Ling Xiao. This is a communication talisman. The 6 divine kings of the Danyuan sacred land are at your disposal at any time. Thank you, mother. Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly stepped out. Suddenly, a black light burst out from his crotch and turned into the shape of a demonic dragon in a flash, rushing toward the distant mountain. Young master! Lin Meng ran to the front of the hall and looked at the figure leaving on the dragon. A touch of reluctance flashed in her beautiful eyes. Don't look, work hard on cultivation. Be a useful person to him. Then you can get everything you want. The moon of Xuanyuan's words were direct, but in Lin Meng's ears it was the best spur. Yes, be a useful person to young master. Then he would remember it in his heart. On the other side, Ling Xiao rode the wind and came to the sky above the heavenly sword immortal sect. The dark clouds pressed down, and the whole sect suddenly had soared intent soaring into the sky. The first step of space management was to have 2 completely independent spaces. This was the reason why Ling Xiao didn't leave Yi Qingchan in the Danyuan sacred land. Firstly, Yi Qingchan cultivated the sword Dao, so it was not suitable for her to stay in the Danyuan sacred land. Secondly, it just so happened that he didn't have much immortal wine left. What a terrifying demonic aura! I wonder which demon king of the northern border has arrived. What business do you have with my heavenly sword immortal sect? Su Jibwa and the other elders soared into the sky and looked at the demonic dragon in shock, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this time, Ling Xiao deliberately concealed his aura, so even Su Jibwa couldn't sense his existence. I heard that the great elder of the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect has some delicious immortal wine. I wonder if I have the fortune to taste it. This king? You are indeed a demon king expert. Su Jibwa's eyes narrowed, and a look of contemplation flashed across his face. Just a few days ago, the Heavenly Sword sect master, Duanwuyong, chose to cultivate in seclusion. Now, only he and the other God King elders were left in the entire Heavenly Sword sect. Although the demonic dragon's aura wasn't strong, the bloodline power in his body was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the one who was truly in charge of the 1,000 demons sacred land was a demonic dragon. In the current Shenzhou, anyone who was related to the dragon clan had a great background. If he could avoid provoking them, he would try his best not to. Otherwise, if he attracted a disaster, Su Jibwa couldn't bear the responsibility. Although the immortal wine was his treasure, it was not a loss to exchange a jar of wine for a demonic dragon's favor. Ha ha ha! Since the Demon King has personally come, I will go and get a jar for you. Although Su Jibwa's heart was bleeding, he didn't dare to be negligent. Shut up! I will say a number, 10 jars. However, at this time, the demonic dragon was somewhat dissatisfied. The dragon opened its mouth and roared, causing many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect to change their expressions and feel fear in their hearts. 10 jars! Su Jibwa's eyes narrowed, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. He nodded silently and disappeared on the spot. The demonic dragon's cultivation was not high, but its tone was not small. However, the more it was like this, the more it was likely that it was fearless. Soon, Su Jibwa's figure reappeared in the air. Spiritual light flashed in his hand, and 10 jars of immortal wine immediately flew toward Ling Shao. The latter chuckled and instantly caught the jars in his hand. He stepped forward and walked toward Su Jibwa and the others. Ha ha! The great elder is still so magnanimous. Chapter 184. The sky demon Qi instantly dissipated, and the originally dark sky became clear again. With a flash of black light, the demonic dragon that was originally 300 meters long instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao's figure finally appeared in front of Su Jibwa and the others. Ling Xiao! Su Jibwa fiercely rubbed his eyes. However, when he saw the ridicule in the young man's eyes, even with the temperament of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect's Grand Elder, he could not help but bleed from the corner of his mouth. F***CK. I was tricked by this bastard again. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the monster with monstrous demonic aura just now was actually Ling Xiao. Wasn't this too realistic? Of course, he probably did not expect that Ling Xiao actually had a true dragon in his hands. He, Grand Elder, is unparalleled in benevolence. Ling Xiao admires you. I've long heard that Grand Elder Ling Xiao of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect is generous and loves to make friends. Meeting you today is simply an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. I didn't have enough fun last time. Why don't we, Lord Ling Xiao? I just remembered that a few socialites from the Demon Lake sect are going to fight for the sunset on my Heavenly Sword Peak today. I have to hurry over and take a look. Goodbye. Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, Su Jibwa had already turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the air. The remaining sword sect elders looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they did not dare to stay any longer, afraid that they would be tricked by Ling Xiao again. They turned around and rushed towards their respective peaks. They were even more anxious than when they saw the true demon. Elders? Everyone. Ling Xiao glanced at the countless sword sect disciples standing in front of the hall and smiled bitterly. Could it be that I'm too handsome? Elders, are you ashamed of your inferiority? Uft. In front of the hall, many sword sect disciples vomited blood and fell to the ground. Their expressions were filled with disdain. Too shameless. There was actually such a shameless person in the world. Hey, Hua, look. They're so excited to see me that they fainted. Ling Xiao shook his head and walked towards the back of the mountain. He could feel that Yi Qingchan's cultivation had already entered the Xianqing stage. In a short half a month, she had broken through several major realms in succession, as expected of someone with innate wisdom. Buzz. At this moment, in the cave abode at the back of the mountain, Yi Qingchan, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. A wisp of extremely cold aura spread out, and the space seemed to freeze for a moment. Then she rushed out of the cave and looked down the mountain. Amidst the green mountains and trees, a tall and handsome figure in white robes slowly walked over. The corners of his mouth were still curled up with a smile that was like the sun. It was as if the sunlight had filled the sky gentle and pleasant. It was as if a star had fallen to the earth and died. Unknowingly, Yi Qingchan's eyes were filled with tears. A charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. I'm afraid that I won't be able to return. I'm afraid that I'll rejoice in vain. I'm afraid that the one who's coming isn't you. Young master, Qingchan thought that you would never come to see me again. After all, compared to Nian Qingyan, her status was really low. Even her current status as the saintess of the Sky Sword Immortal sect was something that young master had schemed for her. Qingchan. Until a gentle call came from afar. Yi Qingchan finally ignored the humility in her heart and rushed towards the young man who was as bright as the sun. Young master! Looking at the beautiful figure in green robes descending from the mountain, Ling Zhao's smile grew wider. He then stretched out his hands and hugged her tightly. Compared to Nian Qingyun's indifference, Lin Meng's cowardice, Fu Yunyao's docility, Yi Qingchan's temperament was much more interesting. Her little temper often made Ling Zhao not know whether to laugh or cry. Qingchan, feeling the girl's trembling body and the warmth from her chest, Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. A look of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? Young master, I thought you didn't want me anymore. How could that be? Ling Zhao smiled and gently kissed Yi Qingchan's head, sniffing the fragrance in her hair. Sure enough, beautiful girls always smelled good. Young master, Nian Qingyan, Qingchan Nian Qingyan and I are married for the sake of our families. There are no feelings between us. She is still shouting everywhere that she wants to kill me. Ling Zhao shook his head and smiled. What a joke. Do you think that my title as the Eastern Border's Sea King came for nothing? She is my sister. She is my colleague. Don't you trust me? My heart hurts. I just want to hug her, nothing more. Forget it. Since there is no trust, there is no need to talk about love. However, the moment Ling Zhao's voice fell, Yi Qingchan suddenly raised her head and looked at him. In that pair of big clear eyes, there was clearly a trace of sadness. What the hell? Ling Zhao suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Nian Qingyan came to see me. With just one sentence, Ling Zhao felt that his vision seemed to turn black. Damn, what happened to the space management and time management? It turned out that those bastards were all lying. Also, didn't he explain to Nian Qingyan? He just pitied Yi Qingchan and didn't have any other intentions. Why did she come here? Oh no, she couldn't have told Yi Qingchan what he said, right? At this moment, Ling Zhao suddenly felt inexplicably nervous. He was too careless. Ah, yes, I told her that I have a girl I like in the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. This woman, she didn't do anything to you, right? Ling Zhao pretended to look at Yi Qingchan worriedly. However, the latter just shook her head slightly and hugged Ling Zhao even more tightly. Young master, I don't like her. Her aura is so cold that it's frightening. However, I feel that she likes you. Yi Qingchan leaned her face against Ling Zhao's chest and said with a hint of resentment, Oh, if she didn't like you, she wouldn't have come all the way to the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect to see me. Moreover, she gave me a sword and said that you took pity on me and gave it to me. The more Yi Qingchan spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. She blinked and tears rolled down her cheeks again. To be honest, she didn't believe all of Nian Qingyun's words. However, before today, she was a little anxious. In the entire Xingzhou, she only had one family member, Ling Zhao. If even Ling Zhao didn't want her anymore, she would really have no one to rely on. Although the path to immortality was supposed to be lonely, what she cultivated was the sword Tao and not the heartless great Tao. Why should she be all alone? Don't listen to her nonsense. She's a woman who cultivates the heartless great Tao. She doesn't understand feelings at all. She just wants me to be alone. Don't worry, Qingchan. The next time I see her, I'll teach her a lesson. A sinister look flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. He couldn't help but think of the next time he saw Nian Qingyan. However, he had already used the pills and talismans. It seemed that he had to think of a new way to make her obedient. Bebe, tonight we'll fight the tiger and do the cha-cha dance of love? He. Young master, what's wrong? Nothing. Don't worry, Qingchan. In my heart, you'll always be the first. Ling Xiao instinctively wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't know how many people were ranked first. Chapter 185. For an entire day, Ling Xiao hugged Yi Qingchan and sat on the sky, Sword Peak, looking at the sea of clouds above. This scene reminded Yi Qingchan of the scene when they were in the northern wilderness. At that time, she was just an ant in the void spirit realm, but happiness was real. She was the only one by young master's side. For a moment, she missed the simplicity and comfort of that time. But in life, happiness was always temporary. And from the beginning, Yi Qingchan understood that a peerless young master like Ling Xiao could not only have her by his side. But ever since she came to the Shenzhou continent, she realized that understanding was one thing, but accepting was another. Young master, are you leaving again? It was only when the sky gradually lit up that Yi Qingchan turned her head to look at Ling Xiao reluctantly. Her eyes were already slightly red. She did not tell him about the uneasiness in her heart. Or rather, she still did not believe that there was anything in this world that could separate her from Ling Xiao. Nian Qingyan could not, and neither could the other her in her body. Yes, I have a lot of things to do recently. But Qingchan, with your current cultivation speed, I think you will be able to follow me soon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, took out a few bottles of pills, and handed them to Yi Qingchan. Work hard in your cultivation. We have to do our best to live. With that, he gently kissed Yi Qingchan's beautiful face, turned around, and walked back the way he came. Young master! Yi Qingchan clenched her jade-like hands, and tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation. Young master, I will definitely go to your side. I will never have to suffer such fear and yearning again. Let's go, Hua. Let's go see that cheap brother of mine. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly took a step forward, and Hua's figure instantly appeared in the air, carrying him towards the Wanjian immortal sect. Only when his aura completely disappeared did the elders of the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect let out a sigh of relief, especially Su Jibua. He even raised his hand to wipe off the cold sweat on his head. He turned around and said to the disciple beside him, "From tomorrow onwards, Master intends to cultivate in seclusion. No one is to disturb me." To think that he, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect, was forced to this point by a Pong brat. There was nothing he could do about it. There were still 3 jugs of immortal wine left. For someone like him who loved wine as much as his life, this was the only happiness he had left in his life. In the past, I had a lot of happiness, but ever since I met Ling Xiao, I became his happiness. F***CK 10,000 Swords Holy Land. Thousands of people gathered at the peak of the Sword Peak. Sacred Lord Myriad Swords stood in front of the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the white-robed young man before him with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Back then, when he promised to take Ling Tian as his disciple, it was not just because he was concerned about the face of the Ling people. Instead, it was because this second young master of the Ling people possessed all the qualities that made him a peerless sword cultivator. Tenacious as one, unwilling to give up, only the sword reigned supreme. Sacred Lord Myriad Swords could even vaguely sense a trace of the great Tao on him. Although Ling Tian did not have a Danci in his body, just as Sacred Lord Myriad Swords had said, as long as he had a sword in his heart, he could slay immortals with a wave of his hand. Therefore, today he was here on the road of immortal ascension to see if his talent was worthy of the title of a true disciple of a holy land. When one's family business grew, people's hearts would be mixed. If Ling Tian was really as useless as the rumors said, once he became a true disciple, he would definitely attract a lot of dissatisfaction. Haha, junior sister's son, you're here too. At the end of the square, a black-robed figure slowly walked over with several people behind him. He looked like a villain's stepping stone. Senior brother Yu. Yi Sun nodded slightly. There was a hint of impatience on her delicate and fair face. In the past few days, she had heard many rumors saying that this senior brother Yu often made things difficult for junior brother Ling Tian. He did not allow him to sleep or eat, and even secretly took away his cultivation resources. With Yu Yuntian's status in the 10,000 Swords Holy Land, these things were naturally easy for him. Moreover, Ling Tian did not have any cultivation base. Many disciples in the sect had a lot of opinions about him being promoted to a true disciple. When she saw the bruises on the young man's face and arms, Yi Sun felt sorry for him and asked him about it. Guess what happened? Ling Tian, this fool, actually said that he fell on his own. For 7 years, the second young master of the Ling people had been living in fear. His life was in the hands of others, and his status was not recognized. The only thing he could do was endure. One day, he would break the sky with his sword and make all those who bullied him kneel in front of him and beg for forgiveness. Although this day seemed far away, Ling Tian believed that it would come sooner or later. Haha, junior sister, I'm not saying this, but why don't you persuade junior brother Ling Tian? He's the second young master of the Ling people. If he dies in the 10,000 Swords Holy Land, won't it be very troublesome? Yu Yuntian smiled bitterly. There was a look of pity on his face. What a joke! Although the 10,000 Swords Immortal Path contained great fortune, how could it be coveted by someone without any cultivation base? Why did Ling Tian have to come to the 10,000 Swords Holy Land to show off? Why did he have to come to the 10,000 Swords Holy Land? Sigh, senior brother you worry too much. Ling Tian has no foundation in the Ling people. Even his brother, Ling Shao, is always looking forward to his death. Even if he really dies on the path, the Ling people might even thank us. Many Holy Land disciples behind you, Yun Tian sneered. Before they came, Yun Tian had already instructed them. No matter what, they had to let Yi Sun know that the noble young masterling in her eyes was just a piece of trash who had no prestige in the clan. As such, she should also understand who was the one for her. Oh, there's such a thing? I've always thought that junior brother Ling Tian has quite a bit of prestige in the Ling people. After all, he's a young master of the main branch. Yu Yuntian frowned and sighed softly. Sigh, junior sister's son. I didn't expect Ling Tian to be such a vain person. He's clearly a piece of trash. So why does he have to pretend to be a peerless young master? Sigh, young people nowadays are really unscrupulous in order to make a girl happy. That's right, senior brother. I heard that a few days ago the young master of the Iron Hammer sect borrowed spirit stones from the Black Tiger sect and rented a demonic beast, the Skyhowl Black Tiger, as a mount in order to pursue the great senior sister of the same sect. In the end, the moment the Black Tiger ran to the Iron Hammer sect, it was smashed to death by the sect guarding formation. F***CK. What should we do then? What else can we do? It's said that the young master of the Iron Hammer sect didn't even pay enough spirit stones after selling his hammer. He's still working as a servant in the Black Tiger sect to pay off his debt. What does this tell us? Don't act tough. You'll get beaten up if you act tough. Ha 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 ha. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords, Saint Land, burst into laughter, especially you, Yun Tian. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. Not far away, Ling Tian clenched his fists. How Could he not hear the mockery in his senior brother's words? Fine, I'll use this path to immortality today to prove my peerless sword poise. Chapter 186. Enough! Yi Sun glanced in Ling Tian's direction, especially when she saw his tightly clenched fists, which made her feel an inexplicable sadness. How could she not know about Ling Tian's background? He lost his mother when he was born and became a cripple at the age of 10. Not only was he despised by his clansmen, but even his brother Ling Xiao thought of ways to make things difficult for him. However, Ling Tian silently endured all of this. Because of this, Yi Sun saw a character that she had never seen before in him. Steady, low-key, aloof from worldly affairs. All of these made Yi Sun feel very curious. After all, the people around her all day were people like Yu Yuntian. Although he was not very capable, in terms of acting cool, he was much better than Ling Tian. Junior sister Sun. The smile on Yu Yuntian's face froze and turned into a gloomy expression. Damn it! How dare Yi Sun speak to me in such a tone? It's all that damned Ling Tian's fault. I don't know what medicine he fed junior sister Sun. However, no matter what, he would not be able to walk down the path of 10,000 swords and immortals today. Yu Yuntian looked at the youth not far away with resentment. A cripple with no cultivation at all wanted to reach the top of the path of immortals and become a dragon? What a joke! If it was so easy to become a dragon, why would there be so many dead fish by the sea? Tian, go ahead. The sacred lord of 10,000 swords looked up at the path of immortals in the distance. Between the green mountains, there was an ancient bluestone road that shone with golden light. On both sides of the road, there were many ancient swords stabbed into the ground. The higher one went, the more terrifying the unparalleled sharpness became. Even the sacred lord of 10,000 swords could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the long sword stabbed into the ancient bluestone table at the top of the path of immortals. The immortal extermination sword. An ancient immortal sword. It was rumored that this sword was stained with thousands of souls. Its power was unparalleled and could kill immortals and gods. However, because this sword was stained with a trace of immortal karma, all the previous sword owners were eventually corrupted by demonic thoughts and fell into the demonic path, consigned to eternal damnation. However, no matter what, this sword was the sacred ground of 10,000 swords' inherited Tao artifact. Yi Sun, talent was not bad, and had comprehended the Tao. However, the Tao law that she comprehended was not sword Tao. Therefore, she only obtained the evil extermination sword and was unable to inherit the immortal extermination will. Would Ling Tian be able to give the 10,000 swords, holy ground, a pleasant surprise today? Yes, Holy Lord. Ling Tian bowed and walked towards the path of immortality. When he walked past Yi Sun, he did not forget to reveal a bright and gentle smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, just go ahead. Don't worry. With senior sister here, even if you're on your last breath, I'll still be able to protect your life. Yi Sun, words could be said to be arrogant, but when they fell into Ling Tian's ears, it made him feel a little touched. In the entire Xingzhou, only his senior sister truly cared about him. In one breath? Haha, junior brother Ling Tian, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you should be more careful. Don't be unable to hold on when the time comes. Yu Yuntian sneered. The group of disciples behind him immediately roared with laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. Ling Tian cupped his fists together and bowed. His expression was still as gentle as before. Without any hesitation, he lifted his feet and walked towards the path of immortality. The entire 10,000 Swords Mountain suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at the resolute and upright figure with a solemn look in their eyes. For some reason, although Ling Tian's figure was thin, It gave off an inexplicable sense of security. It was as though the path of immortality that was extremely dangerous in the eyes of all the Saint Land disciples was not worth mentioning at all to him. Calm and collected, this little junior brother was also very steady. The path of 10,000 swords and immortals, the celestial extermination ancient sword. Today, I'll let all of you understand what a supreme sword talent is. When Ling Tian walked to the path of immortality, there was not the slightest hint of panic in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. What was the reason he had endured for 7 years? Of course, it was because one day he would appear out of nowhere and illuminate the heavens. Although Ling Zhao's attitude towards him now made him feel a little confused, Ling Zhao's current attitude towards him made him feel a little lost. Compared to the pain and humiliation he had suffered, this loss was not worth mentioning at all. Ling Zhao, just you wait. Very soon, I will take back everything that belongs to me from you. Ling Tian stepped forward and stepped onto the first step of the ancient limestone steps. Heaven and earth seemed to fall silent at this moment. Then a loud and clear sound of a sword rang out. The sound of the Tao spread across thousands of miles. 7-colored, auspicious clouds began to gather in the sky. It's the immortals! It's the immortals! In an instant, the 10,000 swords' sacred ground was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the figure of the young man walking slowly on the path of immortality. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable sense of shock. How was this possible? He had no cultivation at all. How could he walk on the path of immortality as though it was flat ground? Even the elders of the Saint Land had a look of disbelief on their aged faces. Could it be that Ling Tian was really the chosen one? So what if he did not have a Dan Si? As a sword cultivator, as long as his sword intent was connected to heaven and earth, nothing in the world could withstand the power of his sword. What a terrifying young man! At this moment, no one doubted the decision of the Saint Master of 10,000 swords. A chosen one was the hope of the 10,000 swords, Saint Land, to continue its glory. Gulp. Senior brother Yu, this Ling Tian seems to be a little awesome. Many disciples looked at Yun Tian, with a troubled expression. If Ling Tian could really step onto the peak of the path of immortality today, he would probably immediately become the new saint of the 10,000 sword Saint Land. As for Yun Tian, at most, he was only the true disciple of the sect master. Although he was older, he did not dare to offend the dignity of the saint. Thinking of this, many disciples had already taken the initiative to distance themselves from Yun Tian. Humph! Young Master Ling, people must have some life-saving methods on him. However, the path of immortality will only become more and more terrifying. Let's see how long he can last. How could Yun Tian not see the rainbow clouds above his head? Such an immortal omen already explained many problems. However, in front of Yi Sun, how could he slap his own face? He could only bite the bullet and argue. That's true. This Ling Tian is the young master of the Ling people after all. It's normal for him to have some trump cards in his hands. How shameless. He has to rely on external forces to ascend the path of immortality. I think this Ling Tian is a hypocrite. When everyone heard this, they all shouted in agreement. At this moment, Ling Tian's figure stopped on the 100th step as expected. Look, Ling Tian can't walk anymore. Sai, he can't do it just like that? I was worried for nothing. Many disciples moved closer to Yun Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian, Yi Sun clenched her jade-like hands tightly. Her beautiful eyes looked worriedly at the mountain peak in the distance. She prayed silently in her heart. You have to hold on. Chapter 187. Ling Tian stopped and looked at the remaining 900 stone steps in front of him. He sighed slightly. His goal was never any of the divine swords on the path of immortality. His goal was the immortal extermination sword at the end of the path of immortality. However, the pressure on the path of immortality was indeed terrifying. Even with his sword-vain, divine physique, he still felt some pressure. Forget it, let's hurry up. Since he had chosen to unleash his full potential, Ling Tian did not hesitate anymore. He clenched his fist, and an unparalleled sword intent spread out from his body, crushing the pressure on the path of immortality. His figure turned into a ray of light and leaped toward the end of the path of immortality. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the 10,000 swords' holy ground. Everyone looked at the young man who was at the 10th level of the path of immortality. They could no longer suppress the shock in their eyes. What the hell? Isn't Ling Tian a piece of trash? How could he withstand the pressure on the path of immortality so easily? Even if he has a life-saving trump card, isn't his speed too fast? Especially the true disciples of the 10,000 swords holy ground. Their faces were filled with respect. They had personally experienced the terror of the path of immortality. Not to mention that Ling Tian had no cultivation. Even they who were at the Paong stage had to be careful when walking on the path of immortality. If they were too fast, the pressure would be even more terrifying. But looking at Ling Tian's current speed, hiss, 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 quite a number of disciples quietly moved their feet and distanced themselves from Yun Tian. Damn, who was the one who said that Ling Tian was a piece of trash? Great, now that he is rushing to the peak. Won't he slap your faces when he comes down later? Impossible. Impossible. Ling Tian must have taken medicine. He must have taken medicine. Yun Tian roared in his heart. How could he not see the mockery in the eyes of the surrounding disciples? There was no helping it. This was how the world worked. When you were strong, you had limitless glory. But when someone was stronger than you would become the background, a supporting role. Or even the donkey that was unsharpened. Humph, I don't believe you can keep rushing to the peak like this. On the path of immortality, 10,000 swords sang in unison. The sound of the sword spread for 90,000 miles, shaking the heavens and suppressing the universe. Even the elders of the Holy Lands were flushed with excitement at this moment. They all wanted to know if this good-for-nothing young masterling people was the new future of their holy land. Monstrous sword power descended from the sky. Even with the protection of the Tao of the sword, Ling Tian's footsteps gradually slowed down. When there were only 100 steps left, his figure once again stopped in place. At this moment, Ling Tian's face was already a little pale, with sweat dripping down his face and hitting the green stone, letting out a crisp sound. If the first 900 steps were a test of talent, then the next 100 steps were a true test of one's temperament. The path to immortality was vast, so talent was naturally important. However, those who truly achieved the position of supremacy were those with great perseverance and magnanimity. Of course, with Ling Tian enduring for 7 years, what did he lack? How could he lack perseverance? 100,000 times of unsheathing, endless darkness. Just for today, for this one breath of time to bloom. Ling Shao, it's a pity that you're not here. Otherwise, you'd understand that among the Ling people, there's only one destined person, and that's me. Da-da-da. Every step after that was extremely strenuous for Ling Tian. However, every time everyone thought that he couldn't hold on any longer, he steadily stepped onto the next step. The disciples of the Holy Lands, who were originally looking at him with disdain, gradually showed some shock on their faces. Peerless sword talent, flawless Tao heart. The moment he stepped onto the path of swords, he attracted a heavenly phenomenon. Ling Tian's name would probably spread throughout the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent soon, right? Ling people were indeed terrifying. First, there was Ling Shao, who crushed his generation and became an invincible immortal. Now, Ling Tian used the path of swords and immortals to prove his Tao of the sword and display his peerless sword talent. If not for the fact that he was born with a crippled C, there would probably be a pair of peerless Ling people in this generation who would unify the eastern border. Unfortunately, it was said that the two brothers Ling Xiao and Ling Tian had been at odds since young and were like fire and water. It was just that no one knew who would become the supremacy of the two in the end. Ling Tian naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, he was desperately displaying the power of Tao and gradually communicating with the heavenly might of the Path of Swords. A green mystic light gradually circulated around his body, and the Tao of the sword that he had just formed actually showed signs of breaking through at this moment. When the power of Tao was first condensed, it was only comprehending the Tao. Then, when the realm increased, the Tao would become more prosperous. After tempering, it would become greater mastery, and finally, it would be able to communicate with the Tao of heaven and earth through its own Tao to reach perfection. Of course, it was rumored that there was a level above perfection, where every move contained the truth of the Tao. That was definitely not something that a god emperor could comprehend. At this moment, Ling Tian vaguely felt that his power of Tao was gradually breaking through the realm of comprehension and steadily stepping into the realm of prosperity. The Son of Destiny was surrounded by providence. As expected, any danger or setback would become an opportunity for them to become stronger. If it had been a villain's stepping stone, they would probably have been inexplicably killed halfway through the journey. Buzz. Time passed slowly, and Ling Tian's white robe was already soaked in sweat. However, although his footsteps were slow, he didn't stop for even a moment. 9981. When he stood before the last 3 steps, all the elders and disciples of the sacred land held their breaths and tensed up, looking expectantly at the young man's figure that had long been engraved in their hearts. Tenacious and indomitable, a sword Tao monster. At this moment, Ling Tian had already gotten rid of the title of trash. The dazzling green light was like the divine sun at the beginning of the universe. His figure was like a sword god that had descended from the 9 heavens, and his might was unparalleled. The peak of the path of 10,000 swords and immortals had not been set foot in this place for nearly 300 years. Even the most dazzling, peerless genius of the 10,000 swords sacred land, Yi Sen, had only reached the 900th step and received the call of the evil extermination sword. Today, perhaps this history would be trampled under Ling Tian's feet. No, he had already rewritten history. With his talent, any random ancient sword would be enough to illuminate the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent. But at this moment, Ling Tian had no intention of giving up at all. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the last 3 ancient steps. Crack, crack. In the eyes of outsiders, Ling Tian's figure was handsome and elegant, but only he knew the terrifying pressure that his body was currently under. The intent of 10,000 swords gathered in his body. Perhaps even a demon that specialized in cultivating the physical body would have already collapsed and retreated. Fortunately, the divine physique that he had awakened was the divine physique of the sword vein, which was faintly compatible with this path of swords. But even so, countless fine cracks still appeared in his internal organs. As a result, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and all the meridians in his body showed signs of collapsing. Chapter 188. Junior brother Ling Tian. Yi Sen clenched her fists and looked at the stubborn figure worriedly. Since the day she mentioned the celestial extermination sword, her junior brother had shown great interest in it. However, Yi Sen thought that with Ling Tian's talent, it was impossible for him to covet the celestial extermination sword. But she was wrong. Very wrong. She really didn't expect that this gentle and refined second young master of the Ling clan was actually so stubborn and stubborn. Perhaps this was the so-called flawless Tao heart. For a moment, Yi Sen felt a different emotion. She had always been against such emotions, especially Yun Tian's behavior in the past few years. She was really tired of it. But somehow, when it came to Ling Tian, she couldn't help but feel her breath quicken and her heart tremble. Supreme, sword talent, and a strong background. Most importantly, he was handsome. Compared to Ling Tian, Yun Tian was simply a country bumpkin. He was rude and only knew how to compete with others. Why didn't he think of polishing his character and cultivation? Young master Yu, young master Yu. This saying was referring to people like junior brother Ling Tian. The corners of Yi Sun Er's mouth curled up into a smile. She was peerless and stunning. Beside him, Yun Tian looked at his junior sister, whose eyes were filled with infatuation. His fists were already clenched. There was an indescribable gloominess in his eyes. Junior sister's son, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Ling Tian, so what if you're at the top of the celestial road? In the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect, I'm the sect master's disciple. I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Boom! An earth-shattering force fell from the sky like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. As for Ling Tian, he finally stood firmly on the last step. One step forward was the inherited Tao artifact of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect, the Celestial Extermination Sword. Taking a step back is life. The wind is not calm, the waves are not calm, and the heart is not stable. An island can lock one person. Ling Xiao, I'll use this sword to pay for my 7 years of hatred. Ling Tian looked up to the sky and roared. The foot that had just landed stepped forward again. Around his body, the green light of Tao laws suddenly flourished and shot into the clouds, causing a 10,000-mile cloud waterfall to fall from the sky. The white clouds stirred and the wind swirled to the sky. The Tao laws flourished. The sound of the Tao spread for thousands of miles without end. Within the storm, the youth's figure was like a sword. His white robes fluttered in the wind as his fair and slender hand finally grasped onto the ancient sword. Hum! The winds and clouds of the world suddenly changed. In a short instant, the sky was filled with black clouds. Countless bolts of lightning snaked through the sky like divine punishment, trying to stop the sword from being born. Perhaps it was because Ling Tian had exhausted all his strength, or perhaps the heavenly Tao was unwilling to let him bear the strand of celestial karma. He clenched his fist tightly, but was unable to pull the sword out of the ancient platform. The 10,000 Swords' holy land was completely silent. Everyone looked at the figure standing at the peak of the mountain. Deep in their eyes, there was a faint trace of disappointment. In the end, he still failed. Even if Ling Tian's talent was heaven-defying and he had unparalleled talent in the sword, the immortal execution sword had its own pride, and it was not something that could be tamed by ordinary people. AI. Waves of sighs could be heard. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Ling Tian. So much so that they did not notice a figure slowly walking over from the path of immortality. Hum! It was not until the monstrous sound of the sword resounded again, faintly shattering the dark clouds, that everyone realized that in front of the path of immortality, a white-robed figure was standing with his hands behind his back. With each step, he took 10 steps and rushed towards the peak of the mountain. Gulp. Am I seeing things? There seems to be a figure there. Who is it? This speed is even more monstrous than Ling Tian. How is this possible? Why is this person so unfamiliar? He doesn't seem to be from the 10,000 Swords' holy land. That's impossible, right? Our sect's path of swords can only be climbed by those who are not swordsmen. For him to be able to summon 10,000 swords, he must be... It's Ling Xiao. It's Ling Xiao. What? It's actually that devil incarnate. What is he trying to do? Barging into the path of swords? How dare he? For a moment, the entire 10,000 Swords' holy land was in a mess. Some of the elders even circulated their spiritual energy, wanting to capture the young man who was climbing the mountain. "Stop!" At this moment, the sacred lord of 10,000 swords suddenly shouted coldly. There was also a trace of gloominess between his brows. Why did this little bastard suddenly appear in the 10,000 swords holy land? Also, why did he climb the path of swords and immortals? Could it be that he also wanted the immortal extermination sword? However, the path of swords and immortals was the inheritance of the Holy Land. Naturally, it was not a place that anyone could walk on as they wished. Anyone above the divine general level who entered the path of swords and immortals would be left behind to inherit the sword and wait for the destined disciple. In other words, it was not that the sacred lord of 10,000 swords did not want to stop Ling Xiao, but in the entire Holy Land who could catch up with the former's footsteps on the path of swords. It was as if he was flying and there was no obstruction. This scene fell into the eyes of many Holy Land disciples, and they faintly felt that they were hallucinating. Was this still the path of swords and immortals? Could it be that we're walking on a different path? Quite suddenly, many disciples showed signs of eagerness to give it a try. Clearly, they felt that they could do it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10,000 swords hummed in unison for a long time. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel that these ancient swords were not cheering, but more like sorrowful cries, especially when Ling Xiao's figure walked past. The ancient swords that had been buried for an unknown number of years seemed to faintly show signs of coming into being on their own. Boom! The entire path of swords began to tremble for no reason. The ancient swords trembled and struggled, as if trying to break free from the restraints of the path of swords. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this at all. The Tao of the sword that he had fused with was directly taken from the white-robed swordsman. To be honest, Ling Xiao did not know what level the latter's cultivation had reached. However, since he had come to the Four Barren Lands, his cultivation level had to be suppressed to the Paong level. This way, he would not be resisted by the heavenly Tao. One side of the world, one side of the rules. Above the Paong level was the peak of the Four Barren Lands, where one could ascend to become an immortal and step into the Shenzhou continent. However, no matter what realm that swordsman was in when he was alive, the Tao of the sword that Ling Xiao had fused with was already at the greater mastery realm. If he had not given a strand of it to Yi Qingqian, it would have even been close to perfection. It was naturally not excessive to attract such a phenomenon. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that he had really unknowingly crushed a very powerful person to death. Of course, Ling Tian did not know what had happened behind him. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the immortal extermination sword. However, no matter how hard he tried, the sword seemed to have grown into the path of swords, and no matter how he used the Tao of the sword, it did not move at all. Could it be that we are really not fated? Ling Tian sighed, and the exhaustion in his body suddenly flooded like a river. However, just as his vision turned black and he was about to exhaust himself, a warm hand suddenly grabbed his hand. It was a slender hand that was as white as jade, and the warmth that came from it instantly dispelled all the haze in Ling Tian's heart. For a moment, he actually felt an inexplicable peace of mind, until he turned his head and saw the familiar face that had lingered in his mind for 17 years like a nightmare. Chapter 189. Ling Xiao. Ling Tian shouted angrily. The power of the Tao laws around him surged as if he was facing a great enemy. But at this time, Ling Xiao only frowned and looked at him calmly. Calm your mind and get this sword first. Huh. Ling Tian was stunned, especially when he heard Ling Xiao's tone. It was as if he expected better from Ling Xiao. Is he teaching me a lesson? He wants to help me get the ancient divine sword. But what good would that do for him? Ling Tian was even more confused. The thorn in his heart that Ling Xiao had planted long ago started to emit extreme pain. He didn't want to. He didn't want to accept any help from Ling Xiao. However, he couldn't help but clench his fists and try his best to pull the ancient sword out of the stone platform. He didn't want to be looked down on by anyone anymore, especially Ling Xiao. It was very contradictory and tangled. It was like a kind of fetter, life and death, hatred and enmity. But as long as I get the ancient sword, I will kill you at the peak of the immortal path. Then all the grudges would be resolved. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the young man in front of him, whose expression kept changing, and a playful smile appeared on his face. In just a few days, Ling Tian's Tao laws had flourished. His providence had also increased to 2,500 points. Not bad, he was indeed talented. He was much stronger than Lin Shi and the others. However, the grudge of 7 years of forbearance and digging up the Dan Sea was indeed irreconcilable. It would take a long time for him to completely resolve this, not in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint him. My little brother should be the strongest in this world, right? I can't be the younger brother demon. This younger brother is useless. I can just kill him and find another one. As long as I have power, I can have younger brothers everywhere. I have a secret. I have a secret. Everyone here is my younger brother. Rise! Ling Xiao shouted coldly, and the Tao laws around him evolved. The entire world rippled like a raging tide and gathered on Ling Xiao's hand. Buzz! The entire path of immortality started to tremble. The 10,000 swords trembled as if they were paying respects to their king. Before the countless elders and disciples of the holy grounds, the immortal extermination sword in Ling Tian's hand finally released a boundless divine radiance. On the sword, which was originally like a gray stone, there were faint Tao patterns that flickered. The might of the great Tao suppressed the world for thousands of miles. Even the ancient swords in the hands of the Holy Land's elders were beginning to show signs of being unable to suppress their momentum and were about to break through the void. It's out. Look. He pulled it out. The moment Ling Tian unsheathed his sword, the thousands of miles of sword intent poured out like a torrential downpour. The entire sacred mountain of 10,000 swords suddenly stirred up a gust of wind. At this moment, even Sacred Master 10,000 Swords couldn't help but release a wisp of his God Emperor's aura in order to stop the ocean like sword intent above the palace. However, at this moment, the ancient trees beside the path of swords were scattered all over the place. Sand and stones filled the sky. It was a scene of doomsday. What a terrifying sword intent, as expected of the immortal extermination sword. With such ferocious might, it's probably comparable to a divine treasure. Fear began to appear in the eyes of the disciples as they quietly distanced themselves from you, Yintun. Now that Ling Tian had unsheathed the immortal extermination sword, his status in the 10,000 swords sacred ground would definitely skyrocket. Even the elders wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him, let alone a mere sect master's true disciple. It was laughable that senior brother you still dared to show a ferocious expression on his face. Wasn't he afraid that he would be killed by Ling Tian later? However, what puzzled the crowd was that Ling Xiao and Ling Tian had always been at odds with each other. Why now, looking at the two figures clenching their fists and pointing their swords at the sky, the crowd felt that something was amiss. Hiss! Were the two brothers trying to cover up the truth with rumors? This was especially so for Yi Sen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Junior brother Ling Tian's brother was quite handsome. It was no wonder that even the goddess of the Tao Palace, Nian Qinyan, was willing to be toyed with by him. Wow, Lord Ling Xiao is so handsome. Yeah, young Master Ling Xiao. You're exactly as I imagined. Handsome, suave, and invincible. Most importantly, I heard that young master is a little naughty. If I can marry Lord Ling Xiao. No, as long as Lord Ling Xiao takes a look at me, even death would be worth it. What a pity. Young master seems to. A handsome man indeed belongs to another handsome man. Countless prides covered their mouths as they chuckled. Their faces were flushed red as they looked at the second young master with deep infatuation. Looking at it this way, young Master Ling Tian is also quite handsome. Yeah, why didn't I see it before? Nonsense. How could a piece of trash attract the attention of so many prides no matter how handsome he was? If it wasn't for Ling Tian's talent today, most of them would still be blind. Humph! Hearing this, Yi Sen immediately snorted coldly. A cold aura spread out from her body, instantly causing the faces of many female disciples to freeze. They looked away in fear. Damn it! A piece of trash who reached the peak by luck and relied on others to obtain the immortal extermination sword. What's there to show off? Yu Yuntian roared in his heart. Therefore, if the villain didn't lose his intelligence, why would he give the chosen one a chance to step on him like a moth to a flame? Everyone in the 10,000 swords, sacred ground, could see that Ling Tian's name would spread throughout the Eastern Territory. Only Yu Yuntian was still thinking about how to make things difficult for his junior brother later. Ling Xiao. At the peak of the path of immortality, Ling Tian suddenly broke free from Ling Xiao's hand. Sword intent shot out from the ancient sword in his hand, faintly containing the power to destroy everything. Today, with so many people watching, it was time for him to wash away his shame and prove his name. He wanted to kill this good brother who had dug out his dancy and humiliated him for 7 years in front of all the 10,000 swords, sacred grounds experts, and disciples. The Tao laws flourished, the ancient divine sword. Ling Tian felt that he could do it. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was full of battle intent, Ling Xiao's face bloomed with a smile. Haha, after not fighting for a few days, you want to go up to the roof and destroy the tiles? Indeed, all stinky brothers are the same. You're asking for a beating. Ling Xiao, you and I have a grudge against each other, so don't pretend anymore. Come, let's have a fair fight today. The loser will offer his life to the sword. Ling Tian took a deep breath and raised the ancient sword in his hand. Instantly, tens of thousands of strands of sword intent were formed and slashed down at Ling Xiao. That's right. What's the use of enduring? If you want respect, you should draw your sword and kill thousands of enemies. Ling Xiao sneered. Lightning flashed on his palms, and he clenched his fists. Below the green stone platform, the other green ancient sword let out a soft hum and fell into Ling Xiao's hand. At this moment, the world darkened. The originally turbulent sword intent and astral wind seemed to have suddenly stopped. Chapter 190. Let me see how much sword Tao true intent you have learned in the past 7 years. Ling Xiao sneered, and the ancient sword in his hand suddenly lit up with a green light. At first, it was just a cold light, but in the end it turned into a vast ocean that pierced through heaven and earth. The divine radiance of the ancient sword in Ling Tian's hand seemed to have dimmed. Buzz! Unparalleled sword intent collided in the air. However, under Ling Xiao's greater mastery Tao law, Ling Tian's attack only lasted for a moment before it shattered into streams of light that bloomed like fireworks in the sky. Seeing this scene, the entire 10,000 swords sacred ground fell into dead silence again. Everyone looked at the white-robed young man with the ancient sword in his hand and the dazzling star cannon in his hand. Besides shock, there was also a deep sense of intoxication in their eyes. Unparalleled sword talent? This Ling Xiao was simply the reincarnation of a sword immortal. It was not that they had never seen a 17-year-old Tao law freak. However, the Tao law power just now had clearly surpassed the prominent prosperity level. Ling Tian was already amazing enough, but compared to Ling Xiao, he was still a little lacking. Lord Ling Xiao, I love you. Please turn me over. I'm going to split open. Lord Ling Xiao, I'm going to split open for you. The earth-shattering exclamations reverberated. Even the sacred leader of 10,000 swords was looking at the two people on the mountain peak with amazement in his eyes. These two young masters of the Ling people were indeed brothers. Regardless of whether it was Ling Xiao or Ling Tian, the sword Dao talent that they had displayed today was enough to crush a generation. What a pity! What a pity! Even if Ling Tian had joined the 10,000 swords sacred ground, he was still a member of the Ling people. At this moment, at the end of the immortal path, Ling Tian stared blankly at the ancient sword that had stopped half a foot above his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why, he still didn't kill me? If it had gone half a foot lower, I would have been cut in half. Moreover, he was the one who had started the battle today. Even if his father blamed him afterward, Ling Xiao could have just said that he had no choice. But why did he not kill him? Could it be to humiliate him? Yes, he must be trying to humiliate him. Why are you so weak? You're so weak that I don't even want to kill you anymore. It seems like you don't hate me enough. My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, you'll have to work harder. Ling Xiao sneered as he slapped Ling Tian's face with the flat of his sword. You! Ling Tian was in so much pain that it was even worse than killing him. Why? Why was it that, after enduring for 7 years and drawing my sword time and time again to comprehend the Tao law, in the end, I still couldn't withstand a single strike from him? Could it be that I'm really trash? No. It was because of the Dan Si. If I had a Dan Si, the weak one today would be him. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth immediately lifted into a smile as he gazed at the young man whose expression was fluctuating. After which, he pretended to be profound as he said, "Actually, before your mother passed away." Sai, forget it. Little brother, no one will give you a second chance on the path to immortality. Next time you will die. It was still not enough. The time was still not ripe. The hatred was not enough. Therefore, the comprehension was not thorough enough. After saying that, Ling Xiao actually turned around and walked down the mountain, leaving Ling Tian standing there in a daze. He was unable to react for a long time. Before mother passed away? F***CK. Before mother passed away, you were only an infant. Could it be that she left you some last words? Or did she ask you to dig out my Dan Si when I was 10 years old? But why didn't he kill me? Why didn't he humiliate me? If you want to kill me, you'll have to work harder. What did he mean by that? Was he trying to spur him on? No. He was obviously trying to humiliate him. Arrogant. Ling Xiao. You're too arrogant. Just you wait. Soon, when my Tao law reaches the large success stage, I'll definitely cut you down with my sword. Ling Tian roared madly in his heart. In the end, he still lifted his leg and followed Ling Xiao down the mountain. The sacred sovereign of 10,000 swords was still waiting in front of the palace. Although he lost to Ling Xiao today, the talent he displayed was probably enough to convince these disciples of the sacred lands, right? When the day comes when I'm firmly seated as the sacred son of 10,000 swords, I won't be considered alone. You're the young master of the devil sect, and I'm the sacred son of 10,000 swords. How much superiority do you have in front of me? Beep. The sun of heavens has been shaken. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 luck points and 2,000 villain points. Haha, so it's Lord Ling Xiao. Looking at the white-robed youth slowly walking down the path of immortality, the sacred sovereign of 10,000 swords still took the initiative to welcome him. After all, the Ling people was a colossus that involved many people. It was not something that the sacred sovereign of 10,000 swords could provoke. Moreover, in Ling Xiao's hand, there was another inherited Tao artifact of the sacred sovereign of 10,000 swords, the evil ancient sword. For this sword to be placed at the end of the path of immortality, it was obvious that its power was extremely terrifying. How to cleverly take it back from the hands of this descendant of the Ling people. This was a job that required skill. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's gaze was not on the sacred sovereign of 10,000 swords. Instead, he frowned and looked at the beautiful yellow-robed figure in the crowd. The daughter of Heaven's Will, with Tao principles around her, had also reached 2,000 luck points. Wonderful! Who would have thought that there would be an unexpected gain from teaching that cheapskate of a brother a lesson today? However, just as Ling Xiao raised his foot and was about to walk towards her, he saw the young girl's figure dashing out and running towards him. There was a hint of urgency on her beautiful face. What the hell? My charm is actually so obvious? The daughter of heavens will even take the initiative to throw herself at me after seeing me? However, just as Ling Xiao was about to reach out and hug the young girl, he saw her figure dashing past him and going behind him. Ling Xiao's expression was slightly dazed. When he turned his head again, he saw that the yellow-robed young girl's jade-like hands were already holding onto Ling Tian's. F***CK. I was too careless. I've been famous all my life, but I almost lost my life in the 10,000 sword sacred ground. Thinking too highly of oneself was indeed a common problem for villains. Senior sister. At this moment, Ling Tian was also a little flustered, especially when the surrounding disciples of the sacred ground looked at him with jealousy and hatred. This made him instinctively feel a kind of fear. His talent in the sword was unparalleled, but the environment he grew up in was destined to have some flaws in his character. This was unavoidable. He did not have a sense of security. However, before Ling Tian could struggle, Yi Sun Er's body suddenly released a wisp of jade-green spiritual light. The sound of Tao reverberated and spiritual wind overflowed. A dense wave of vitality instantly spread out, and the injuries that Ling Tian had suffered on the path of swords gradually healed, especially the fine cracks on his meridians. Under the nourishment of this vitality, they almost disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell? Nanny. She's a top-notch nanny. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of pondering flashed in his heart. The Tao law of life. He had long seen the Tao law on the yellow-robed young girl's body. If he could snatch it, Ling Xiao would no longer have to worry about injuries when he fought with others in the future. Even if he did not kill her and captured her, there was a genius behind him who had comprehended the Tao law of life. As long as he was not killed in one blow, he would be able to revive on the spot with full health. Thinking about it this way, this young girl was indeed a little fragrant. Senior sister. I am almost done. Ling Tian's face was flushed red, especially when he felt the warmth in the young girl's hand. This caused some inexplicable feelings to arise in his heart. Don't speak. The path of swords is extremely terrifying. If you don't completely heal your injuries, I'm afraid it will affect your future cultivation. Yi Sun frowned slightly. She did not give Ling Tian a chance to struggle at all. Her jade-like hand tightened on his palm even more. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.